Chapter 32-36. The place where the golden light shone was located was above the peak of gravity. Even though it was covered by clouds and mist, it still could not block out the dazzling light. Whoosh! 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 Numerous figures rushed over from all directions. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the place where the golden light shone. With a single glance, they were able to see that within the dazzling golden light, there was a grand and ancient door that seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. The door was crimson in color. It was surrounded by a seemingly heavy metal that resembled ancient bronze. There were countless complicated patterns engraved on it. There were people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns. If one looked closely, they would realize that the people, beasts, and sceneries in the patterns seemed to have come alive in an instant. On both sides of the door, there were two monsters that looked like a dragon or a flying dragon or a snake guarding it. They emitted a terrifying aura from their bodies. The door was ajar, as though it would open with a touch. Waves of mysterious black mist escaped from the crack of the door, emitting an aura that made one feel relaxed and happy. What kind of immortal beasts are these? The people who had gathered here were basically a group of grassroots prodigies. They were already nearby and had rushed over as soon as they could. At this moment, when the group of prodigies looked at the two monsters, their eyes were filled with confusion. This was because this was the first time that they had seen such monsters. The two monsters looked extremely ferocious. They had sharp fangs and saliva that constantly dripped from their mouths. Their triangular eyes flickered with a cold light. At this moment, they were guarding in front of the door, glaring at the group of prodigies. The chains that were as thick as an adult man's waist were pulled taut by them. It was as though they would have pounced on the group of prodigies if it were not for the chains restraining them. It seems that God's secret treasure is behind this door. A young prodigy mumbled to himself. This place will open in a month. Many people's eyes lit up. Didn't you guys notice that? This door is ajar? Maybe we can just push the door open and go in now. A middle-aged prodigy looked at the ajar door in the distance with bright eyes. Then, he could not hold it in any longer. With a flash of his body, he dashed toward the ajar door as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. What happened next was an unforgettable scene for everyone present. Just as the middle-aged man arrived near the unlatched door, one of the monsters abruptly opened its mouth and unleashed a powerful burst of energy. Roar! Along with the earth-shaking roar of a beast, a terrifying power, like a world-destroying light, landed on the middle-aged genius. Before that happened, the middle-aged heaven's favorite reacted in time. However, even though he defended with all his might, under the impact of the destructive light, he still turned into a bloody mist. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. A moment later, a damaged storage ring appeared before everyone's eyes. The middle-aged prodigy's defensive royal-grade celestial weapon and the defensive royal-grade celestial weapon were destroyed by the force. This is the power of an immortal emperor. Many people were shocked as they looked at the monster that had attacked. Their hearts trembled. No one had expected the monster to be able to display such powerful strength. The monster's power was not something they could withstand. The monster's attack contained the celestial origin energy of a celestial emperor. Moreover, apart from the celestial origin energy that was comparable to a celestial emperor, it also contained the terrifying aura of a law. Even the most outstanding prodigy from a Grade 1 force might not be able to withstand that monster. A grassroots prodigy gulped as he spoke in a trembling voice. That's Bailey Hongfei! Soon after, many people noticed that Bailey Hongfei from the Bailey clan had arrived. Behind him were 5 or 6 people. Clearly, they were all geniuses from the Bailey clan. Brother Hongfei, what's that celestial beast? When the people from the Bailey clan arrived, a pretty girl behind Bailey Hongfei looked curiously at the two monsters guarding the door. The grassroots prodigies present on the scene immediately shifted their attention to Bailey Hongfei. Bailey Hongfei was the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Bailey clan. Rumor had it that he was extremely knowledgeable. If I'm not mistaken, those aren't celestial beasts but quasi-divine beasts. At this moment, Bailey Hongfei turned to the two monstrous beasts guarding the entrance and spoke with a grim expression on his face. Quasi-divine beasts? Upon hearing Bailey Hongfei's words, although it was the first time the prodigies present on the scene had heard of quasi-divine beasts, they knew what divine beasts were. Divine beasts were existences that possessed godlike strength when they reached adulthood. They were even more powerful than celestial beasts. After all, no matter how powerful a celestial beast's bloodline was, it was still a 10 directions celestial emperor. If they wanted to advance further, they could only rely on themselves like humans. Although quasi-divine beasts were not true celestial beasts, they were not true celestial beasts. However, they were definitely more terrifying than celestial beasts. Brother Hongfei, does that mean quasi-divine beasts are above celestial beasts and are between top celestial beasts and divine beasts? Another male disciple of the Bailey clan asked with a shocked expression. That's right. Bailey Hongfei nodded. If I'm not mistaken, these quasi-divine beasts are Ning dragons. They're divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. Quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. They were not afraid of celestial beasts with no intelligence and only battle instincts. However, the thought of quasi-divine beasts sent chills down the spines of the prodigies present on the scene. Brother Hongfei, the door behind the Ning dragons seems to be ajar. The female disciple from the Bailey clan who had spoken earlier said. Upon hearing this, Bailey Hongfei said, It's normal. Every time God's secret treasure opens, all the prodigies in the genius secret realm are notified to gather at the entrance a month in advance. That's when they can enter God's secret treasure. However, if they want to enter God's secret treasure, they'll have to pass the test first. It seems like these two Ning dragons are the test for God's secret treasure this time. However, it's not realistic to enter God's secret treasure right under their noses. At the very least, Bailey Hongfei did not think he had the ability to enter God's secret treasure under the watchful eyes of the Ning dragons. Although the two Ning dragons weren't fully grown, the chi they exuded had clearly surpassed the chi of celestial lords. The two Ning dragons were celestial emperors. Moreover, the profundities they had mastered were not weak. Does this mean we'll be able to enter God's secret treasure in advance if we pass the test? Another disciple from the Bailey clan asked. That's right. Bailey Hongfei nodded. Otherwise, we'll have to wait for a month. At that time, the two Ning dragons will leave. Brother Hongfei, how long will we be able to stay in God's secret treasure after the Ning dragons leave? 3 days. When the other prodigies overheard the conversation between Bailey Hongfei and the Bailey clan's disciple, they were stunned. If they did not enter God's secret treasure in advance, they would only be able to stay in God's secret treasure for 3 days. 3 days? Isn't that too little? As for the disciples of the Bailey clan who had just found out about this, they were all stunned. At the same time, they felt that the time was too short. It's always been like this. Bailey Hongfei shook his head and said, God's secret treasure is a ruin in a realm of gods. If we're lucky, we might be able to find a divine artifact in there. Do you think we'll be able to stay in there until the genius secret realm opens? That's not realistic. Indeed, many people thought they would be able to stay in God's secret treasure until the genius secret realm opened. They did not expect they would only be able to stay in there for 3 days. What can we do in just 3 days? How lucky must we be to obtain a divine artifact in such a short time? It seems like we'll only be able to stay in God's secret treasure if we pass the Ning Dragon's test. Pass the Ning Dragon's test? Why don't you try? Can't you see Bailey Hongfei doesn't intend to force his way in? In my opinion, we'll die if we try. Just as the group of grassroots prodigies were feeling a little depressed, another group of people came over. It's the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Many people recognized the group of old men from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They were led by Yun Yi, the strongest young prodigy in the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Yun Yi, I heard that you didn't even greet Duan Ling Tian and Huaner before running away. Bailey Hongfei looked at Yun Yi and said mockingly, What's wrong? Didn't you say you wanted to avenge your junior brother Yun Xiao? Bailey Hongfei. Yun Ye's expression darkened when he heard Bailey Hongfei's words and saw the mocking gazes directed at him from the surroundings. He knew Bailey Hongfei must have found out about what had happened outside the formation's spirit pagoda. If Bailey Hongfei found out who leaked the news, he would not let the culprit go. What do you mean? Many grassroots prodigies did not know what Bailey Hongfei and Yun Yu were talking about. However, after listening to their explanations, they finally understood what Bailey Hongfei and Yun Yu were talking about. Immediately, they looked at Yun Yu with ridicule in their eyes. After a while, the people from the Profound Sky Dao sect arrived as well. After that, a few people from Grade 1 forces such as the Tuoba clan, the Great Dragon Battle sect, and the Profound Cat clan arrived as well. Currently, there were 6 people from Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Only 2 people from the remaining Grade 1 forces were missing: the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect and the Ancient Phoenix clan. There were a total of 8 Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory. Among them, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan were the strongest. The other 5 forces had always worked together to avoid being swallowed up by the other 3 forces. Chapter 32-37. The Ancient Phoenix clan is here as well. Soon, the group of people guarding the entrance of God's secret treasure saw another group of people, led by a woman, walking towards them in an imposing manner. The woman in the lead was dressed in a purplish-red robe. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure. Her eyes were cold and indifferent. She was none other than the number 1 prodigy of the Ancient Phoenix clan, Feng Chi-Chi. Chi-Chi. When Bailey Hongfei saw Feng Chi-Chi, he stepped forward and greeted her with a warm smile. However, Feng Chi-Chi ignored him. Bailey Hongfei, don't call me by my name. If you want to call me by my full name, please. Bailey Hongfei had been pursuing her relentlessly for 100 years. Even though she had rejected him verbally, he still did not give up. She felt helpless about this. In terms of strength, Bailey Hongfei was on par with her. She could not use force. As for soft tactics, she did not know how to use force. Even if she used force, Bailey Hongfei would only push his luck. She's Feng Chi-Chi of the Ancient Phoenix clan? I heard that she's not only the number 1 prodigy of the Ancient Phoenix clan, but she's also the most beautiful woman in the clan. The most beautiful woman in the Ancient Phoenix clan? If I hadn't met Huaner, I would have thought that she's unrivaled. However, after meeting Huaner, I feel that she's very ordinary. I agree. After Feng Chi-Chi appeared, many grassroots prodigies began to whisper among themselves. Some of them had seen Huaner before, and they were not stingy with their praise for her. Although Feng Chi-Chi was pretty, she was still far from being comparable to Huaner. Women love to be beautiful. This was especially true for women who had a foundation in beauty. A group of grassroots geniuses were whispering there. Although their voices weren't loud, but with Feng Chi-Chi's hearing, how could she not hear it? Instantly, her expression turned ugly. Since Feng Chi-Chi could hear them, Bailey Hongfei could hear them as well. When he saw Feng Chi-Chi's expression turning ugly, he glared at the grassroots prodigies who were gossiping. When the grassroots prodigies saw Bailey Hongfei glaring at them, they immediately shut their mouths. After all, they could not afford to offend the number 1 prodigy of the Bailey clan. What a beautiful woman! While Bailey Hongfei was glaring at the group of grassroots prodigies to shut them up, the female disciple from the Bailey clan exclaimed in shock as she gazed into the distance. What's going on? Hearing this, everyone's gazes turned to look at him. 2 figures were flying over from afar. One was a handsome young man in purple, and the other was a beautiful woman in white. The young man had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and his temperament was outstanding. The woman held the young man's hand and stood next to him like a golden couple. It's Duan Lingtian and Huaner. They're here. Many of the Sky Prides present had seen Duan Lingtian and Huaner before, and they could not help but exclaim in surprise. On the other hand, the grassroots prodigies were grinning from ear to ear. After all, Duan Lingtian and Huaner were also grassroots prodigies. Speaking of which, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian and Huaner that we were able to open God's secret treasure. A grassroots prodigy sighed. That's only natural. If it weren't for them breaking 3 records, we wouldn't have been able to open God's secret treasure. The former's words received the approval of the group of grassroots prodigies. Meanwhile, Yun Yi, the number 1 prodigy of the Thousand Hands Devil sect, had an unsightly expression on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner from afar. However, he only glanced at them briefly before he averted his gaze. He was afraid that Duan Lingtian and Huaner would stare at him. So many people? When Duan Lingtian saw the crowd, he knew he and Huaner had arrived late. Duan Lingtian, I'm Feng Chi-Chi. When Feng Chi-Chi saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner, she withdrew her jealous gaze from Huaner and looked at Duan Lingtian with a charming smile on her face. The Ancient Phoenix Clan invites you to join us. As long as you join the Ancient Phoenix Clan, we'll do our best to nurture you. I can't guarantee anything else, but I can assure you that as long as you join the Ancient Phoenix Clan, the treatment you'll receive won't be any worse than mine. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huan arrived, Feng Chi-Chi extended an olive branch to Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Ancient Phoenix Clan. Duan Lingtian, I'm Bailey Hongfei. The Bailey clan welcomes you to join us. Although Bailey Hongfei was pursuing Feng Chi-Chi, he decided to put aside his feelings for Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian. He decided to fight for Duan Lingtian on behalf of the Bailey clan and the Ancient Phoenix Clan. Then, he looked at Huan and said with a smile, "Of course, the Bailey clan welcomes Miss Huan as well. As long as the 2 of you join the Bailey clan, I can assure you that in the future, the treatment you'll receive in the Bailey clan will be better than mine." Bailey Hongfei made a solemn vow. Brother Lingtian, Miss Huaner, the mysterious Tiandao sect welcomes you to join us. Yu Wu Dao, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the mysterious Tiandao sect, stepped forward and invited Duan Lingtian and Huaner to join the mysterious Tiandao sect. Little sister Huaner, you're so beautiful. An enchanting woman in red stepped forward and smiled at Huaner. Brother Lingtian is really lucky to have found a partner like you. She glanced at Duan Lingtian cautiously as her cheeks flushed red. She did not know how to react to Duan Lingtian's words. Although our Tuoba clan is inferior to the Ancient Phoenix clan and the Bailey clan, as long as the 2 of you join us, I, Tuoba Hong, can represent my father, the current patriarch of the Tuoba clan, and promise that as long as the 2 of you join us, our Tuoba clan will not mistreat you. The woman in red was none other than Tuoba Hong, the daughter of the current clan leader of the Tuoba clan. She was also the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Tuoba clan. Of course, she was much weaker than Feng Chi-Chi, Bailey Hongfei, and Yi Wu Dao. For this reason, she wanted Duan Lingtian and Huaner to join the Tuoba clan. That way, her father would no longer have to worry about the Tuoba clan's future. I'm Yuan Zhu from the Great Dragon Battle Sect. The Great Dragon Battle Sect welcomes the 2 of you. Yuan Zhu, the number 1 prodigy among the younger generation of the Great Dragon Battle Sect, stepped forward and extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. If the 2 of you join the Great Dragon Battle Sect, you'll have priority in using all of the sect's resources. The 4 Grade 1 forces also extended an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. The grassroots prodigies were, naturally, envious when they saw this. However, they knew Duan Lingtian and Huaner deserved this treatment. After all, their performance in the genius secret realm had surpassed the prodigies from the Grade 1 forces. Currently, only the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the Profound Cat clan did not extend an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. The Thousand Hands Devil sect did not extend an invitation to Duan Lingtian and Huaner since they knew it was impossible for Duan Lingtian and Huaner to join the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Even if they extended an invitation to them, they would only be humiliating themselves. On the other hand, the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan frowned slightly as they looked at Huaner, with a skeptical expression on their faces. They could sense the aura of their clan's nemesis, the Phantom Fox clan, on Huaner. However, they were certain Huaner was not a Phantom Fox. Moreover, the young man had broken the record left behind by the Profound Cat clan's ancestor from 100,000 years ago. After all, the ancestor of the Profound Cat clan was still a pillar of the Profound Cat clan to this day. Normally, When they saw the old ancestor of the profound cat clan, it was as though they were on a pilgrimage. However, when they entered the genius' secret realm, they saw with their own eyes that Huaner had broken the record set by their old ancestor in the 10,000 elephants illusory formation. Moreover, he broke the record set by the ancestor of the profound cat clan 100,000 years ago in a crushing manner. Gentlemen, I'm Yutian Xing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sex Tai progeny. At this moment, Yutian Xing stepped forward and looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner with a smile on his face. Many people wondered why the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had not made a move yet. On behalf of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I'd like to invite both of you to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. As long as both of you join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, I can guarantee that the Thousand Hands Devil Sect won't dare to do anything to you in the future. Unlike the others, Yutian Xing didn't offer any extravagant conditions. Instead, he only expressed one thing. If Duan Lingtian and Huaner joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would protect them from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Swoosh! Upon hearing Yutian Xing's words, Yunye's expression changed drastically. The expressions of the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect behind him changed as well. However, they knew Yutian Xing was qualified to say such words. After all, the Thousand Hands Devil Sect did not dare to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. The ancient Phoenix clan won't let the Thousand Hands Devil Sect harm you as well. Feng Chi-Chi chimed in. The Bailey clan will definitely protect you. Bai Li Hong chimed in. Earlier, they had forgotten about Duan Lingtian killing Yun Xiao, the son of the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. The Toba clan isn't afraid of the Thousand Hands Devil Sect. Toba Hong chimed in. The Great Dragon Battle Sect is willing to fight the Thousand Hands Devil Sect for both of you. Yuan Shu chimed in. If the Thousand Hands Devil Sect dares to harm you, not only will the Profound Heavenly Dao Sect not allow it, but I, Yi Wu Dao, won't allow it as well. If the Thousand Hands Devil Sect dares to harm you, I, Yi Wu Dao, will kill one of their prodigies. Yi Wu Dao's cold gaze swept across the group of prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil Sect, causing their expressions to turn even more unsightly. Then, the top prodigies from the Grade 1 forces turned to look at Duan Lingtian and Huaner, waiting for their response. It's Suli! Suli is here! At this moment, a few of the prodigies noticed a black figure flying toward them on a sword in the distance. It was at this moment that a few of them noticed Duan Lingtian's figure flying toward them on a sword. Swoosh! A majestic blood-red sword tore through the air. Chapter 32-38. Suli? Upon hearing the voice, even Duan Lingtian could not help but turn around and look curiously into the distance. Suli was the prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Before he entered the Formation Spirit Pagoda and ascended the peak of gravity again after 8 years of closed-door cultivation, Suli was ranked first in both places. Most importantly, Suli was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was very familiar with Suli's name. Back then, in his hometown in the Saint Region realm, the Crimson Sky Kingdom's Iron Blood Genius Camp, the young man who became his best friend was also called Suli. Before he left the Crimson Sky Kingdom, Duan Lingtian had regarded Suli as his best friend. He had met Suli a few times, but Suli's growth had exceeded his expectations. After he ascended to the Devata realms, he no longer heard about Suli. He's Suli? The new prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who's even stronger than Yutian Xing? Yutian Xing is a thing of the past. Suli is the current #1 prodigy in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Suli will lead a new era in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Everyone's eyes were trained on Suli. Even Feng Chi-Chi, the #1 prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, had a bright gleam in her eyes when she saw Suli. Upon seeing this, Bailey Hongfei frowned slightly. A hint of hostility could be seen in his eyes when he looked at Suli. Suli. The other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, including Yutian Xing, had mixed feelings when they saw Suli. After all, Suli had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect later than them, and yet he had surpassed them. Just as everyone's attention was focused on Suli, Suli also landed among the crowd. Finally, his gaze locked onto a purple figure. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was also staring at Suli. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under the gazes of everyone present, Suli swooped down on his sword, whereas Duan Lingtian soared up into the sky and flashed swiftly towards Suli. Huan was the only one who stood there with a confused look on her face. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian and Suli stood facing each other less than 10 meters away from each other. What's going on? Don't tell me the two most outstanding geniuses in the genius secret realm are going to spar with each other? Is there going to be a good show? All the geniuses present thought that Duan Lingtian and Suli were standing opposite each other in a confrontation. Only Huan could clearly feel the joy in her big brother Duan Lingtian's heart when he left her. It was as if the black-clothed young man made him overflow with joy from the bottom of his heart. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian and Suli's actions caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Duan Lingtian and Suli stepped into the air and hugged each other in the blink of an eye. Their hands were constantly patting each other's back as they revealed brilliant smiles on their faces. Even the prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect had never seen Suli, the widely acknowledged cold-faced sword celestial, smile. They know each other? At this moment, seeing the scene before them, it was not difficult for the people present to guess this. Perhaps, it was not as simple as just knowing each other. Duan Lingtian and Suli continued to pat each other's back as they hugged each other. They could feel the joy in each other's hearts. At this moment, neither of them spoke a word. Although they did not speak, they could understand each other's feelings. It had been too long since they last saw each other. It had been about 200 years, right? When they first met, they were only in their teens. The last time they met, they were only a few decades old, not even 100 years old. It could be said that this was the longest time they had been apart. Duan Lingtian, when I first saw your name on the Peak of Gravity ranking, I wondered if it was you. However, after thinking about it, I didn't think it was possible. After a long time, Duan Lingtian and Suli finally parted ways. How dare you! I've been in closed-door cultivation for 8 years. Although I've seen your name in the Formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity rankings, I've only thought of you. I didn't even dare to think it was you. Duan Lingtian shook his head with a bright smile on his face. Although he and Suli did not spend much time together, their friendship was unbreakable. It's mainly because you're too outstanding. Ever since we met in the Iron Blood Genius Camp in the Crimson Sky Kingdom, you've surprised me too much, Suli said with a sigh. Suli sighed and said, That's why I'm here today. I'm also thinking, maybe your achievements are still higher than mine. It seems like I'm right. Although it was obvious Duan Lingtian was stronger than him, he was not jealous at all. Instead, he was happy for Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect you to come to a Devata realm and become a prodigy of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory. Duan Lingtian sighed. It's a long story. I'll tell you about it after we leave the Genius Secret Realm. Suli smiled. All right. At this moment, Duan Lingtian noticed he and Suli were the center of attention. He nodded at Suli before he walked over to Huana's side. Huaner, this is Suli. He's a good friend of mine. Duan Lingtian walked up to Huaner and introduced her to Suli with a smile on his face. He did not know why he was so eager to share his joy with Huaner after reuniting with Suli. You must be Miss Huaner, right? You're indeed as peerless as the rumors say. Suli glanced at Huaner before he winked at Duan Lingtian, causing Duan Lingtian to glare at him. Big brother Suli. Huaner greeted Suli with a smile. Big brother? Suli was taken aback. Then, he said awkwardly, Actually, I'm only slightly over 200 years old. What? Do you think I'm being taken advantage of by calling you big brother? Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Huaner isn't even 200 years old yet. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Suli thought Huaner was older than him. Not even 200 years old? Duan Lingtian's words shocked Suli and the other prodigies present on the scene. They did not expect there would be someone younger than Su Li among the prodigies who had entered the genius secret realm. Moreover, this young woman who was not even 200 years old had broken the 10,000 elephants illusory formations record. Senior brother Su Li, are you acquainted with Duan Lingtian? At this moment, a young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect stepped forward and asked curiously. As far as I know, Senior brother Su Li, ever since you came to the Jade Emperor Heaven with Senior Uncle Dugu, you've never left the sect. This is your first time leaving the Thousand Tribulations sword sect since the Genius Secret Realm opened. The young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was confused. Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine from the mundane realm. Su Li smiled. Duan Lingtian, this is Senior Brother Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow Larch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. At the same time, Su Li introduced the young prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian also greeted the young prodigy. Su Li, since you're acquainted with Duan Lingtian, why don't you bring him to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect? Gong Sun Jing said to Su Li after greeting Duan Lingtian warmly. Although Duan Lingtian is a good friend of mine, I respect his decision. Regardless of whether he chooses the Thousand Tribulations sword sect or not, our friendship remains the same. Su Li shook his head. Initially, when Su Li had shown his close relationship with Duan Lingtian, the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces thought they had no chance of winning. However, when they heard Su Li's words, their eyes lit up again. Apart from Gong Sun Jing, the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, including Yu Tianxing, frowned slightly upon hearing Su Li's words. In their opinion, since Su Li was close to Duan Lingtian, it was almost certain that Duan Lingtian and Huan would join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. They did not expect Su Li to have no intention of inviting Duan Lingtian and Huan to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Su Li. Yu Tianxing stepped forward and looked at Su Li before he said in a deep voice. Even if Senior Uncle Duan Lingtian is here, he would definitely want you to invite Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Su Li glanced at Yu Tianxing indifferently. Yu Tianxing, I know what you're thinking. However, I believe the progeny leader will respect my decision. The progeny leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect's shadow support progeny was Dugu Zue. He was the one who brought Su Li to the Thousand Tribulations sword sect from the Jade Emperor Heaven. The senior Uncle Dugu that Yu Tianxing and Gong Sun Jing were referring to was Dugu Zue. Yu Tianxing, naturally, knew Su Li was telling the truth. The progeny leader of the shadow support progeny treated Su Li like a treasure. How could he be displeased with Su Li? Su Li, the sect leader treats you well, right? It's your duty to recruit talents for the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, right? When Yu Tianxing saw it was useless to bring up Dugu Zui, he brought up his uncle, Yu Jianxing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Ever since Su Li joined the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, Yu Jianxing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, had taken good care of Su Li. Upon hearing Yu Tianxing's words, Su Li frowned slightly. Then, he glanced at Duan Lingtian and did not look at Yu Tianxing. Su Li, Huan and I will join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to. Su Li thought Duan Lingtian had decided to join the Thousand Tribulations sword sect because of him. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Duan Lingtian. Huan and I originally planned to join a Grade 1 force. Since you're in the Thousand Tribulations sword sect, we'll join in the fun. Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. Why did he want to enter the Genius Secret Realm? He wanted to join one of the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, the Bailey Clan, and the Thousand Tribulations sword sect. Among the 3 Grade 1 forces, the Thousand Tribulations sword sect was undoubtedly his first choice. Chapter 32-39. Duan Lingtian's words extinguished the hope in the hearts of the prodigies from Grade 1 forces. Even so, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, the choice was in Duan Lingtian's hands. Moreover, with their strength, it was impossible for them to force Duan Lingtian to submit to them. If they could suppress Duan Lingtian, they would not have taken the initiative to invite Duan Lingtian to join their forces. It was due to Duan Lingtian's strength and innate talent that they were willing to put aside their pride and invite Duan Lingtian to join their forces. Su Li, you said you and Duan Lingtian are good friends in the mundane realm. Don't tell me he's about the same age as you? Gong Sun Jing, a prodigy from the yellow-darch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, asked curiously as he looked at Su Li. That's right. Su Li nodded. Duan Lingtian and I are about the same age. If we're to be exact, he's slightly younger than me. As soon as Su Li finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. Duan Lingtian was about the same age as Su Li? In fact, he was even younger than Su Li? Upon hearing Su Li's words, the corner of Yu Tianxing's mouth twitched. He did not expect the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect would have such a monstrous genius like Su Li and Duan Lingtian, who was even more monstrous than Su Li. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces who had invited Duan Lingtian to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect looked at the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect with envy. What's the situation now? Su Li asked as he looked at Gong Sun Jing. I don't know. We just arrived as well, Gong Sun Jing replied. At the same time, the prodigies present on the scene shifted their attention to the door guarded by the two Ning dragons. Ning dragons! Feng Qiqi's expression changed drastically. As the most outstanding prodigy among the younger generation in the ancient Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she recognized the Ning dragons. Earlier, a relatively strong grassroots prodigy tried to force his way in, but he was killed by one of the Ning dragons, Bailey Hongfei said. Although these two Ning dragons haven't reached adulthood, their strength is comparable to an ordinary celestial emperor, Feng Qiqi said solemnly. Not weaker than an ordinary immortal emperor? Hearing Feng Qiqi's words, the faces of the group, including Duan Lingtian, became slightly solemn. If I use the Space Law's teleportation profundity, will I be able to enter? A Sky Pride from the mysterious Heavenly Dao sect asked curiously. The Sky Pride from the Profound Sky Dao sect was a Sky Pride who had comprehended the law of space. Furthermore, he had also comprehended the profound meaning of teleportation to minor accomplishment. With a single teleportation, he could teleport 10,000 meters away. You can try, Feng Qiqi said faintly, but there was some ridicule in her eyes. The Sky Pride of the mysterious Heavenly Dao sect frowned slightly upon hearing this, but he still gave it a try. However, when he disappeared on the spot, he reappeared on the head of the Ning dragon instead of beside the ajar door. Roar! At the same time, the Ning dragon opened its mouth and attacked the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy. Oh no! The expression of the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy changed drastically. He wanted to teleport back, but he discovered that the space he was in seemed to be affected by some kind of power. He could not teleport at all. Boom! The Ning dragon shot out a beam of destructive energy from its mouth and killed the profound Heavenly Dao sect's prodigy in an instant, leaving behind a broken spatial ring. As for the defensive immortal equipment on his body, it was reduced to dust by the Ning dragon's attack. Feng Qiqi! Yu Wu Dao, the number one Sky Pride of the profound Heavenly Dao sect's younger generation, glared at Feng Qiqi when he saw one of his junior brothers die just like that. You knew all along, didn't you? The Ning dragon's innate ability is to affect space. It's impossible to teleport in front of it. In fact, it can even affect space with just a thought and prevent you from teleporting, Feng Qiqi said faintly. Her words were undoubtedly a reply to Yi Wu Dao. Indeed, she had long known that this would be the result. Yi Wu Dao flew into a rage. Why didn't you warn him? Why did you let him try? Are you trying to harm him? I only wanted him to try and see if the two Ning dragons had really reached the level of a celestial emperor. Only Ning dragons with the strength of a celestial emperor or above can control space. Feng Qiqi shrugged and said, Now, his death proves that the two Ning dragons did indeed have the strength of a celestial emperor, and were not bluffing. Feng Qiqi's words sent chills down the spines of many people. She had asked the profound heavenly Tao sect's prodigy to risk his life just to see if the Ning dragons had the strength of a celestial emperor. Feng Qi, I'll remember this. Yu Dao looked at Feng Qi deeply, but he did not make a move. He knew that he was no match for Feng Qi. Even if he made a move, he would not benefit from it. In the future, the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan should be careful when they go out. Yu Dao glanced at the people behind Feng Qi and smiled. Although he was smiling, his smile was uglier than crying. The expressions of the prodigies of the ancient Phoenix clan changed when they heard Yu Dao's words. Yu Dao, if you want the profound heavenly Dao sect to expel you and the ancient Phoenix clan to hunt you down, you can try. Feng Qi sneered. Yu Dao's expression darkened when he heard Feng Qi's words. This was the confidence of the ancient Phoenix clan. Although the profound heavenly Dao sect was a grade 1 force, its strength was inferior to the ancient Phoenix clan. If the ancient Phoenix clan wanted to expel him, the profound heavenly Dao sect would have no choice but to do so. It seems like we'll have to wait for another month before we enter. Many prodigies shook their heads and sighed when they saw the 2 Ning dragons guarding the entrance to God's secret treasure. The others, including Duan Lingtian, felt the same way. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, he knew he was no match for the 2 Ning dragons. It seems like we can only wait. Duan Lingtian and Suli looked at each other. They could see the same thoughts in each other's eyes. Suli, since we have nothing to do, why don't you tell me what happened to you after we parted ways? Duan Lingtian asked with a smile as he led Huaner and Suli to the side, away from the other prodigies. Just as Suli was about to speak, Huaner looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brother Lingtian, I just communicated with the 2 Ning dragons through voice transmission. They'll allow me to enter. However, I can only bring 3 people with me. Huaner's words shocked Duan Lingtian and Suli. Huaner, is what you said true? Duan Lingtian asked in shock. Yes. Huaner nodded. Why are they willing? Duan Lingtian asked again. I negotiated with them. As long as they're willing to let us in, I'll help them leave the genius secret realm. A hint of pity flashed in Huaner's eyes as she continued to say, They're very pitiful. They were captured and brought here a long time ago. Moreover, the person who captured them has restricted their growth. Bring them out? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Huaner, are you sure you can do that? No problem, Brother Lingtian, Huaner said with a smile. Huaner smiled and said, I'll use an illusion to conceal them. Then I'll let them enter my small world and bring them out. However, although I negotiated with them, they were only willing to let me bring 3 people in. Duan Lingtian nodded. You want them to enter your little world? Duan Lingtian frowned before he said, No. It's too dangerous. If you want them to enter your little world, let them enter my little world instead. Although the little world could not be destroyed, it was still possible for a powerful being to cause trouble in it. Duan Lingtian did not want Huaner to take the risk. Brother Lingtian, don't worry. They won't hurt me. They won't be willing to enter your little world because they don't trust humans, Huaner said. Duan Lingtian nodded. With Huaner's reassurance, Duan Lingtian gradually relaxed. Did you take the initiative to negotiate with them? Or did they look for you? Duan Lingtian asked. They looked for me. They recognized me as 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Moreover, they said their clan's ancestor had a close relationship with us 1,000 Phantoms Ice Foxes a long time ago. All of this is recorded in my inherited memories, Huaner said. Duan Lingtian was relieved. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Huaner's words. After all, Huaner's inherited memories would not lie. You can bring 3 people with you? Does this mean we can bring 1 more person with us? Duan Lingtian asked. Yes. Huaner nodded. Brother Lingtian, you can decide who you want to bring. I don't know any of them. If you don't want to bring anyone with you, you don't have to. Suli, who do you think we should bring? Duan Lingtian looked at Suli and asked. Of course, we can only bring people from the 1,000 Tribulations Sword sect. I only know Gong Sun Jing from the Yellow Larch progeny. I'm not familiar with the others. The Yellow Larch progeny is closer to the Shadow Support progeny. Most importantly, the progeny leader of the Yellow Larch progeny, Gong Sun Jing's grandfather, is extremely powerful. I suspect he's one of the titled celestial emperors in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said. If you bring him with you, you'll owe him a favor. After all, you and Huan will be entering the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect soon. Of course, this is only my suggestion, Su Li said. In that case, let's bring him with us. Duan Lingtian said. Call him. Let's go. However, don't tell him the truth. I don't want him to know why we're allowed to enter the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. As he spoke, Duan Lingtian reminded Su Li. Understood. When Su Li told Gong Sun Jing about this, Gong Sun Jing's eyes lit up. He was even a little overjoyed. Su Li, is what you said true? You can choose not to believe me. We're going in now. Chapter 3240. Gong Sun Jing. No wonder his name sounds familiar. As it turns out, he's acquainted with someone with the same name. When Su Li had introduced Gong Sun Jing to Duan Lingtian, he had thought Gong Sun Jing's name sounded familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard it before. However, now that he was walking toward the two Ning dragons with Su Li and Huaner, he finally recalled what he had done. Previously, when he was still in the profound nether mansion in the spirit overarching heaven's southern heaven territory, he had entered the middle realm of the southern heaven ancient realm and killed Gong Sun Jing, a disciple from the azure green mansion. When they were halfway there, Gong Sun Jing, the prodigy from the Yellow Larch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, joined Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner. After all, Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner were more talented and stronger than him. If they were not confident, why would they take the risk? For this reason, Gong Sun Jing was not worried at all. What are they trying to do? As Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner approached the Ning dragons, many prodigies noticed them. They want to enter God's secret treasure? Aren't they afraid of dying? Everyone, be it grassroots prodigies or prodigies from Grade 1 forces, felt anxious when they saw Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner walking toward the Ning dragons. In their opinion, if Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner dared to approach the Ning dragons, they would definitely die. They are seeking death. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yin Yi, gloated when they saw Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Huaner walking toward the Ning dragons. Su Li, what are you doing? The expressions of Yu Tianxing and the other prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect changed drastically. Yu Tianxing could not help but shout at Su Li. Although Su Li and Duan Lingtian were dead, he was still the strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. However, his pride made it impossible for him to feel at ease. Moreover, Su Li and Duan Lingtian's existence greatly affected the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Since he was devoted to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he could not bear to watch Su Li and Duan Lingtian die. He could see it now. Gong Sun Jing was most likely called over by Su Li. After all, Gong Sun Jing had been chatting with them earlier. However, facing Yu Tianxing's rebuke, Su Li only turned his head and glanced at him indifferently. After that, he walked towards the two Ning dragons with Duan Lingtian, getting closer and closer. Seeing the four of them getting closer and closer to the Ning dragon, the group of Sky Prides felt that the four of them would definitely die. However, what happened next shocked them so much that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. As Duan Lingtian and the other three approached the Ning dragons didn't seem to notice them at all. They continued to walk in the air above their heads until they reached the unlatched door, pushed it open, and walked in. It's actually possible? Gong Sun Jing was slightly frightened when he walked above the Ning dragons. When he saw the Ning dragons had no intention of attacking them, he sighed in relief. Then, he followed Su Li and Duan Lingtian through the door. After the four of them entered, the door was left ajar as though it was waiting for them to enter. Behind the door was a boundless gray world, and it was utterly impossible to see clearly. Duan Lingtian's group of four had really concealed themselves within the gray world and vanished before everyone's eyes. What's going on? Are the two Ning dragons blind? How did they get in? Did they use some kind of trick? It feels like the Ning dragons didn't notice them at all. The group of sky prides outside the door was stunned when they saw Duan Lingtian and the other three's figures disappear behind the door. Even the young prodigies from the Grade 1 forces were dumbfounded. What's going on? Bailey Hongfei's face was filled with disbelief. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it was possible for someone to enter the door that was guarded by the Ning dragons. Is it possible that the Ning dragons have stopped attacking the intruders? A grassroots prodigy hesitated for a moment before he cautiously approached the Ning dragons. However, as soon as he entered the Ning dragons' range, he was killed by the Ning dragons. At this moment, the group of sky prides finally regained their senses. It was not that the Ning dragons had stopped attacking, but Duan Lingtian and the other three had used some kind of trick to prevent the Ning dragons from attacking them. After a while, many people tried to probe the Ning dragons using various methods such as concealment celestial talismans and concealment celestial talismans. However, none of them worked. Feng Qiqi even took out an invisibility talisman that ordinary celestial emperors would not be able to see through. However, Feng Qiqi also suffered minor injuries as a result. How did Duan Lingtian, Suli, and the others enter the door? Why didn't they bring us with them? The young prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect were slightly displeased. They might not be able to bring so many people with them, Yu Tianxing said indifferently. Even though I don't have much interaction with Suli, he's definitely not the kind of person who would disregard us. If he was a selfish person, my uncle wouldn't have thought so highly of him. Think about it. If he really doesn't want to bring anyone with him, why would he bring Gong Sun Jing with him? Just because Gong Sun Jing is an acquaintance of his? Yu Tianxing replied with a question. But why would he bring Gong Sun Jing with him instead of you, senior brother Tianxing? Does he think you're inferior to Gong Sun Jing, senior brother Tianxing? He Zhan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's Clear Lu progeny, said in a deep voice. He has his reasons, right? Yu Tianxing said. Meanwhile, after Duan Lingtian and the others passed through the door, they continued walking for a while before they discovered they were still shrouded in fog. Finally, under the guidance of the faint light in front of them, they entered a vast world. However, the vast world was in ruins. Heaven and earth had been turned upside down, and there were ruins everywhere. Not a single thing was intact. So this is the ruins of the realms of gods? Duan Lingtian could feel the pure heaven and earth spirit energy shrouding him. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was not as majestic as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. However, it felt like it was of a higher level. Brother Lingtian, the heaven and earth spirit energy here is different, Huana said to Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian noticed the difference in the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huana also noticed the difference. At the same time, both Suli and Gong Sun Jing were shocked. After about 15 minutes, the four of them finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian, Suli, since we're here, let's split up and search for our own fortuitous encounters, Gong Sun Jing said. Gong Sun Jing bid farewell to Duan Lingtian and Suli before he prepared to leave. Gong Sun Jing knew there was no danger in the ruins of the realms of gods. After all, when the realms of gods were destroyed, the formations and life forms in the realms of gods were destroyed as well. Suli frowned slightly when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, Gong Sun Jing left. Gong Sun Jing must be worried that he won't be able to obtain anything if he stays with us. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He's too narrow-minded. Suli shook his head. Let's go. Duan Lingtian beckoned to Huaner and Suli. Then, the three of them began to wander aimlessly in the ruins of the realms of gods. Naturally, Suli was just wandering aimlessly. However, that was not the case for Duan Lingtian. Let's continue for another 1,000 meters. The voice of Huanger, the sword soul of the seven orifices exquisite sword, rang in Duan Lingtian's mind. It was none other than Huanger. In the end, Duan Lingtian came to a halt above the ruins of a palace. Naturally, he was able to tell the ruins belonged to a palace because some of the things that had collapsed were part of the palace. Sully was taken aback by Duan Lingtian's sudden halt. Sully, go and take a look at that spot. Duan Lingtian pointed at a spot on the side of the ruins and said to Sully, there should be a sword 30 meters down there. A sword? Although Sully did not know how Duan Lingtian knew there was a sword there, his eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. A sword in the ruins of a realms of gods was definitely not an ordinary sword. Even if it was not a divine weapon, it was most likely an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Swoosh! Although Sully had not seen Duan Lingtian for many years, he still trusted Duan Lingtian unconditionally. After all, he did not think it was strange for Duan Lingtian to do something miraculous. Initially, he did not have any hopes of entering the realms of gods. However, the woman beside Duan Lingtian had brought them in with just a few words. Boom! Rumble! Sully transformed into a sword at the location Duan Lingtian pointed at, and directly charged in, opening a path in the ruins. Naturally, he caused a huge commotion. Very soon, Sully returned. In his hand was a strange sword. With the center of the sword as the center, half of it was black and the other half was blood red, revealing an evil aura. This is a mediocre Devata artifact. However, its soul has been destroyed. With his strength, the power he can unleash is only comparable to an emperor-grade celestial weapon. Huanger's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. However, if he fights an emperor-grade celestial sword, he'll be able to cut it in half. When he becomes a celestial emperor, he'll be able to unleash the power of a divine weapon even without its soul. Huanger continued to speak. Duan Lingtian relayed Huanger's words to Sully. A mediocre Devata artifact? Long before Duan Lingtian spoke, Sully had already flipped through the divine sword in his hand, and he was slightly reluctant to part with it. However, when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, he handed the divine sword back to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the one who discovered this sword. Here, take it. Take it. Why are you being so polite with me? However, Duan Lingtian did not take the divine sword. He shook his head and said with a smile, don't worry. Both of us won't lack divine weapons if we continue on our journey. Chapter 32:41. Earlier, Sully did not think much of it before he found the divine sword in his possession. However, now that he had found such a divine sword according to Duan Lingtian's instructions, he was terrified when he thought about it. The divine weapon in my possession has an artifact soul. It can sense the presence of other divine weapons in this realm of gods, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. Naturally, there was no need for him to hide this matter from Sully since he knew Sully would not harm him. If Sully was the kind of person who would harm him, Sully would not have sacrificed his own future in the Crimson Firmament Kingdom's royal city because he did not want to help others kill him. An artifact soul? Sully was shocked. He knew what an artifact soul meant. A divine weapon with an artifact soul was much more powerful than an ordinary divine weapon. Duan Lingtian, I thought I was lucky. However, it seems like my luck is nothing compared to yours. Sully sighed. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly as he continued to explore the ruins of the realm of gods with Sully and Huaner. Huaner, I remember they said the two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. How did you communicate with them? Duan Lingtian asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's words reminded Sully of this matter. He looked at Huaner curiously. It was common knowledge that celestial beasts without intelligence would not be able to communicate with humans. They would attack humans as soon as they saw them. It was the same for quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. Brother Lingtian, Huaner explained. To a certain extent, the Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. They can't communicate with humans since they don't understand the human language. Furthermore, the Ning dragons are born with a deep hatred for humans. That's because they've been enslaved by human experts for generations. Because of this, as long as the Ning dragons see humans, their first thought is to kill them. Humans can't communicate with them, so as time goes by, they naturally think that the Ning dragons have no intelligence. In fact, the Ning dragon is a quasi-divine beast, and it's comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor when it reaches adulthood. How can such a creature not have any intelligence? If they don't have intelligence, how can they comprehend the profundities of the laws? After listening to Huaner, Duan Lingtian agreed. If the Ning dragon didn't have intelligence, it wouldn't have been able to comprehend the profundities of the law. Could it be that he had to rely on his instincts to comprehend? In his memory, none of the immortal beasts that he knew had comprehended the profundities of the laws, but none of them had any intelligence. Even if they did, they would most likely lose their sentience after comprehending the profundities of the laws. I see. Duan Lingtian came to a sudden understanding, and so did Su Li. At this moment, Duan Lingtian said, Duan Lingtian, now that you've helped me find a god artifact, I'd like to have a look around so I won't be leaving with you and Huaner. Su Li suddenly said to Duan Lingtian. Naturally, the reason he chose to leave was because he was worried Duan Lingtian would give him another divine weapon later on. Although he would be able to obtain a lot of god artifacts if he followed Duan Lingtian, he did not want to take advantage of Duan Lingtian. Alright. How could Duan Lingtian not know Su Li's thoughts? For this reason, he did not try to persuade Su Li to stay. However, before Su Li left, he exchanged soul pearls with Su Li so that they could communicate more easily. Moreover, in the ruins of the realms of gods, his only advantage was to look for god artifacts. He had no other advantage over god artifacts. Perhaps, Su Li would be able to find other fortuitous encounters after they left. The two Ning dragons guarded the entrance of God's secret treasure. Although the other prodigies were envious, none of them dared to approach it. It's been half a month since Duan Lingtian and the others entered the realms of gods. Even if there's anything good, I'm afraid they've already taken everything away, right? A grassroots prodigy said with a frown on his face. His eyes were filled with jealousy. However, as soon as he spoke, he was refuted by a prodigy from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Impossible! Do you know how big the realms of gods are? Even if the realms of gods are in ruins, it's impossible for them to search the entire realms of gods in just a month. If they search the realms of gods at the same time, they won't even be able to search 1,000th of the realms of gods. The other prodigies from the Grade 1 forces agreed with the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Upon hearing this, the grassroots prodigies who did not know much about the realms of gods heaved a sigh of relief. That's good. It won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first. Although it won't affect us if they enter the realms of gods first, they have an extra month. Unless they're extremely unlucky, they'll definitely obtain more treasures than us. Many grassroots prodigies could not help but feel jealous when they thought about Duan Lingtian and the others who entered the realms of gods first. Time continued to pass by quietly. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed. Today, God's secret treasure will be open to us. We have to make good use of the 3 days. Otherwise, we won't be able to obtain anything. I've already prepared to enter the realms of gods for 3 days. I don't think it's realistic for us to search for divine weapons. The realms of gods have been turned into ruins. Even if there are divine weapons in the realms of gods, most of them would have been taken away by the seniors who entered the realms of gods. Indeed. This isn't the first time God's secret treasure has been opened in the genius secret realm. As the group of Sky Prides waited, the Ning dragon that was guarding the door finally made its move. The two Ning dragons ran in different directions. Although the chains on their bodies were still connected to the door was completely exposed in front of the group of Sky Prides. These two Ning dragons, aren't they leaving? Even if they run to the side, they can still attack us. These two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts without intelligence. If they attack us, we'll definitely die. Even after the two Ning dragons ran to the side, the prodigies standing outside the realms of gods looked at each other. None of them made a move for a long time. In the end, Feng Chi-Chi of the Ancient Phoenix clan took the lead and led the prodigies from the Ancient Phoenix clan to the door of God's secret treasure. The prodigies present on the scene heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Feng Chi-Chi and the others entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. Naturally, some of them could not help but feel puzzled. Didn't they say the Ning dragons have no intelligence? How did they know to move aside and let us in? Do these two Ning dragons really have no intelligence? Why do I find it hard to believe? I don't think they're without intelligence either. As the prodigies discussed among themselves, Bailey Hongfei led the people from the Bailey clan into the realms of God's secret treasure. After that, the people from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, led by Yutian Xing, also entered the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. At this moment, many grassroots prodigies flew into the realms of God's secret treasure as well. Those who were watching from the sidelines were eager to make a move when they saw so many people entering the realms of God's secret treasure safe and sound. After the prodigies from the profound Heavenly Tao sect entered the realms of God's secret treasure, Yunyi led the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect to the realms of God's secret treasure as well. There were many grassroots prodigies following them as well. However, when the group of elites from the Thousand Hands Devil sect arrived at the entrance of God's secret treasure between the two Ning dragons, a sudden change occurred. Roar! Roar! The two Ning dragons roared as they opened their mouths and spat out two rays of destructive energy. In just a blink of an eye, all the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were killed. The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, led by Yun Yi, were annihilated. A few grassroots prodigies who were close to them were killed as well. As for the other prodigies outside the realms of God's secret treasure, their expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly entered the realms of God's secret treasure. What? What's going on? The prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect are dead? The grassroots prodigies and the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan who had not entered the realms of God's secret treasure in time began to hesitate when they saw the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated. Nobody made a move even after a long time had passed. After killing the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect, the two Ning dragons seemed to have returned to their usual lazy state. Why did they kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's right. It's strange. They didn't make a move when the prodigies from the other Grade 1 forces entered the realms of God's secret treasure, but they killed the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Why do I feel like they did it on purpose? Could it be because of Duan Lingtian? That's right. Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him had killed Yun Xiao, the sect leader of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. They had become a thorn in the side of the Thousand Hands Devil sect. Based on the fact that they were able to enter the realms of God's secret treasure in advance, it's possible that they had something to do with this. What do you mean? Don't tell me they had an agreement with the Ning dragons to allow them to enter the realms of God's secret treasure before instructing the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? That's impossible. Those two Ning dragons are quasi-divine beasts with no intelligence. Do you still think they have no intelligence? After the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were annihilated, no one dared to enter the realms of God's secret treasure for half an hour. In the end, a grassroots prodigy mustered up his courage and entered the realms of God's secret treasure. From the beginning until the end, the two Ning dragons did not even look at him. Since someone had taken the lead, many people followed suit. The prodigies from the Profound Cat clan followed suit. When the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan entered the realms of God's secret treasure without being attacked by the Ning dragons, they heaved a sigh of relief. Why did the Ning dragons only kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Was it a coincidence, or was it intentional? It would be fine if it was a coincidence. However, if it was intentional, did it have something to do with Duan Lingtian and the woman next to him? Chapter 3242. God's Secret Treasure. The ruins of the realms of gods were bustling with noise and excitement as the group of prodigies entered the ruins. However, no one lingered at the entrance of the realms of gods. Instead, they left the place because they were certain that even if there were any treasures there, they would have already been looted by the people who had entered the ruins. They only had 3 days, so they could not afford to waste any more time here. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods is indeed extraordinary. However, isn't it a little too thin? I don't think cultivating here is any better than cultivating outside. Many of the prodigies noticed this. As expected, rumors can't be trusted. There might be fortuitous encounters like divine weapons in the ruins of the realms of gods, but there's no need for us to waste our time cultivating here. Let's look around and see if we can find any divine weapons. The ruins of the realms of gods and God's secret treasure were rumored to be a holy land for cultivation. However, after entering the realms of gods, they discovered that it was nothing special. The quality of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is higher than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, isn't it a little too thin? Senior Brother Tianxing, didn't you say this is a holy land for cultivation? The situation here is different from the records in the sect. Hejan, a prodigy from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's clear sable progeny, asked Yu Tianxing with a slight frown on his face. It's indeed different. Yu Tianxing nodded. Moreover, it's very different from what the rumors say. Perhaps, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods will dissipate as time passes. The prodigies from the Grade 1 forces shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing and Hejan. Naturally, they shared the same thoughts as Yu Tianxing. The only ones who had different thoughts were Su Li and Gong Sun Jing, the other two prodigies from the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. What's going on? It's only been a month, but the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of God's ruins is getting thinner and thinner. The density of the heaven and earth spirit energy here is at least 100 times thinner than when I first came here. Gong Sun Jing frowned as he looked at the ruins of the realms of gods. He had already been here for a month. However, during this 1 month, he could clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this place was constantly changing. In the beginning, it was very dense, but later on, it began to thin. The further it went, the more exaggerated it became. Even though the realms of gods were in ruins now, it was still unimaginably huge. However, in the short span of a month, more than 99% of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth had disappeared. Could it be that we came in early and disrupted the order of the spiritual energy here? While Gong Sun Jing was puzzled, Su Li was also puzzled. However, Su Li would never have guessed that the reason the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods underwent such a drastic change in just a month was none other than his friend, Duan Lingtian. In the ruins of a realm of gods, in a bottomless abyss, a white ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun was particularly eye-catching in the dark abyss. A woman sat cross-legged on one side of the white ball of light. Although she was absorbing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth to cultivate, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth did not directly flow into her body. Instead, it first flowed into the white ball of light, and then through the white ball of light, strands of milky white energy extended out like silk from a cocoon and entered her body. If one were to take a closer look, they would be able to see a purple figure sitting cross-legged in the void within the white light ball. His entire body was enveloped by the white light ball, the main branch of the divine tree of life. It has merged with the dilapidated divine tree of life in this realm of gods. After absorbing almost all the heaven and earth spirit energy in this realm of gods, it has grown into a towering tree. Duan Lingtian looked into his little world and saw that the main branch of the divine tree of life had grown into a towering tree. In the center of his small world, the main branch of the divine tree of life, which was originally like a small tree, had now grown into a towering tree, and exuded bursts of vitality all over its body. Most importantly, Duan Lingtian's little world was filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods. Boy, I didn't expect you to have such a fortuitous encounter. A hint of shock could be heard in the Chaos Divine Earth's childish voice as it said, I'm afraid you're the first person in history to possess 99 heavenly veins, obtain the main branch of the divine tree of life, gather the 5 divine elements, and enter a realm of gods. You gave the world-cleansing divine water to Huang Jialong. However, you obtained the world-cleansing divine water from the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water this time is in the 5th form. The chaos divine earth's voice grew louder and louder as it spoke. If it weren't for the world-cleansing divine water, my little world wouldn't have been able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods, right? Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh with emotion. Before he entered the ruins of a realm of gods, he did not expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. After entering the ruins of a realm of gods, all he wanted was to find a few more divine weapons with Huanger's help. He did not expect to find the dilapidated divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods under the guidance of the main branch of the divine tree of life in his little world. There was a divine tree of life in every realm of gods. Usually, the divine tree of life would not survive the destruction of a realm of gods. However, the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods had survived due to the presence of the world-cleansing divine water. The price for its survival was that the world-cleansing divine water had reverted from the 9th form to the 6th form. The 9th form of the world-cleansing divine water was enough for one of the 5 divine elements to become a supreme powerhouse. The divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods was the first to become a supreme powerhouse. However, just as it was about to become a supreme powerhouse, the supreme powerhouse who created the realm of gods was killed by another supreme powerhouse, destroying the core of the realm of gods. The moment the core of the realm of gods was destroyed, the divine tree of life's intelligence was destroyed. Although the 9th form of the world-cleansing divine water managed to retain its intelligence, it reverted to the 5th form of the world-cleansing divine water to prolong the life of the divine tree of life. It had been guarding the divine tree of life until it met Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had 99 heavenly veins, and the main branch of the divine tree of life had acknowledged him as its master. Apart from the profound divine metal, chaos divine flame, and chaos divine earth, he also had the first form clear heavens divine wood. Under the guidance of the 5th form world-cleansing divine water, the main branch of the divine tree of life in the ruins of a realm of gods merged with the main branch of the divine tree of life in Duan Lingtian's little world. 5 divine elements, gather! 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation. Under the guidance of the 5th form world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world worked together to form a formation. In the beginning, Duan Lingtian did not think much of the formation. However, when all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods was absorbed by the formation and entered his little world, he realized something was amiss. That array formation was definitely a heaven-defying array. As the formation was activated, the 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's body underwent transformations one after another. In the end, all of them entered the 6th form. The world-cleansing divine water that caused all these transformations had the least progress. The clear heavens divine wood had the most progress. It had transformed from the 1st form to the 6th form. Sister Water, when will I be able to transform to the 7th form? When the clear heavens divine wood had first awakened its intelligence, it had discovered that it was the world-cleansing divine water that was guiding it. For this reason, the world-cleansing divine water was the closest person to the clear heavens divine wood. Little Sister Mu, the 5 elemental spirit gathering grand formation is already the best we can do to help the 5 divine elements evolve to the 6th form. We'll have to think of other ways to evolve to the 6th form. Just like the clear heavens divine wood, the world-cleansing divine water had a feminine voice. However, unlike the feminine voice of the world-cleansing divine water, the clear heavens divine wood's voice sounded like that of a little girl. Is that so? The clear heavens divine wood was slightly disappointed. Little girl, you're not satisfied with transforming from the 1st form to the 6th form in just a year? The chaos divine earth said to the clear heavens divine wood. However, its childish voice did not sound like it was lecturing at all. Little brother too, you sound so obedient. When we transform in the future, you'll have to let me pinch your cute little cheeks. The clear heavens divine wood said with a smile. How many times do I have to say this? I'm not little brother too. How long has it been since you gained sentience? And how long has it been since I gained sentience? You have to call me big brother, alright? The chaos divine earth said anxiously. Initially, the profound divine metal and the chaos divine flame did not pay much attention to it. However, the world-cleansing divine water had helped it transform to the sixth form in such a short time. Moreover, the world-cleansing divine water had gained sentience much earlier than the chaos divine flame and the profound divine metal. Naturally, it did not dare to act impudently in front of it. However, the clear heavens divine wood, who had just gained sentience, actually wanted to ride on its head and ask it to address it as Big Sister? With your childish voice, you want to be my big brother? Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 32-43. Currently, the 5 divine elements had left Duan Lingtian's body and were in his little world. Apart from becoming stronger, the 5 divine elements would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. When the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth were in their third forms, they could help Duan Lingtian improve his strength. Now that they had entered their sixth forms, it was only natural that they would be of great help to Duan Lingtian. It's good that these fellows are in my little world. I can seal it with just a thought so they can't see what I'm doing, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. In the past, the chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the chaos divine earth had greatly improved his strength. However, sometimes, he felt like he had no privacy in front of the 3 of them. Fortunately, his wives were not by his side. Otherwise, he would have to be careful when he was being intimate with them. Now that they had entered the small world in his body, even if his wife was by his side and they wanted to be intimate, he could close the small world in his body with a thought, and not let them see what was happening outside. They're really 2 children, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered that both the chaos divine earth and the clear heavens divine wood had childish voices and childish personalities. They were like 2 children who had yet to grow up. The primal chaos divine flame, the profound divine metal, and the world-cleansing divine water in his body sounded like adults, and their personalities were mature. Perhaps the 5 divine elements' voices are related to their personalities as well? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Based on my calculations, the prodigies outside should have entered the little world by now. I only have 2 more days before I leave the ruins of the realms of gods. After taking a deep breath, Duan Lingtian stood up and hovered in the air. At the same time, the white light around his body entered his body and entered his little world as well. The little world has absorbed almost all of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. When the white light around him disappeared, Duan Lingtian tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of the realms of gods. However, he discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy was less than 1% of what it was a month ago. Brother Lingtian, Huaner called out. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the white light around him, Huaner, who was sitting cross-legged in the void next to him, opened her eyes. After Duan Lingtian withdrew the heaven and earth spirit energy, Huaner could no longer rely on it to cultivate. Even with her high innate talent, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of realms of gods would not be able to provide her with much help. Huaner, it's time we leave this place. Let's look around and see if we can find a few more divine weapons in the ruins. Duan Lingtian. A month ago, after helping Suli find the mediocre-grade divine sword, Duan Lingtian and Huaner had only found 3 divine weapons. Now that they had 2 days left, Duan Lingtian planned to explore the ruins of the realms of gods. All right. Huaner nodded before she and Duan Lingtian rose into the air and left the bottomless abyss. At the same time, a group of people stood at the bottom of the abyss. A few figures were standing outside the bottomless abyss. They were the 3 sky prides from the profound cat clan. They were frowning as they looked at the bottomless abyss. The light in the depths of the abyss is gone? That must be a treasure. Did someone beat us to it? I think so. The 3 prodigies from the profound cat clan had just arrived and were about to explore the depths of the abyss when they discovered that the light in the depths of the abyss had disappeared. Someone's coming out. Kill them and take the treasure away. The 3 prodigies exchanged a look before they gathered their strength and launched their attacks. Energies of different colors shot out of their bodies and blasted into the abyss. Boom! Rumble! The 3 prodigies that contained the power of different laws crashed into the abyss, accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises. Is he dead? The three prodigies no longer concealed themselves and flew into the air above the abyss. However, their expressions changed drastically in the next moment. In their field of vision, an earthy yellow light barrier appeared. Most importantly, this light barrier, which was clearly covered with many scars, was actually being repaired by a green energy that flowed like water. The law of earth? The law of wood? The three prodigies could sense the aura of the law of earth and the law of wood on the light shield. Is this a joint defensive technique of two prodigies who have comprehended these two prodigies' laws? The same thought appeared in the minds of the three prodigies. I've never heard of a prodigy from a grade 1 force with such a technique. Could it be a grassroots prodigy? The three prodigies looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. In the next moment, the khaki-colored light shield disappeared, and two figures appeared before them. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the two figures. Duan Lingtian? Huaner! Never in their wildest dreams would they have thought that the first people to enter the abyss would be these two people. The two prodigies were so strong that they could be ranked in the top 3 among the prodigies from grade 1 forces. Duan Lingtian, in particular, was ranked first among the prodigies. Huaner was second only to Suli. I was wondering who's so bold as to attack us. So, it's the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan. At this moment, Duan Lingtian and Huaner rose into the air and stared at the three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan intently. Duan Lingtian, it's a misunderstanding. The three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan shook their heads and waved their hands apologetically when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner. A misunderstanding? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Didn't you use all your strength to attack me earlier? How about this? I'll only use 50% of my strength to attack you. If you can stop me, I'll let this matter rest. Duan Lingtian said. The three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Although Duan Lingtian was strong, they were confident they could stop him if he only used 50% of his strength. However, they regretted their decision as soon as Duan Lingtian made his move. Buzz! 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 9-dimensional profundities shot out from the 9 spatial tiers. They did not contain any profundities, but they were shrouded in a peculiar 5-colored energy. Gold, green, blue, red, and khaki-colored. The energy contained the profound aura of the 5 elemental laws. Not only did the 9-dimensional profundities cut off the escape route of the three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan, but they were also easily killed. Even their purely defensive royal-grade celestial weapons could not withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian's dimensional profundities. When the three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan died, their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Before they were killed, they only had one thought in their mind. How did Duan Lingtian combine the 5 elemental laws and the law of space to fight his enemy? It was common knowledge that even if one had comprehended many types of laws, one could only use one type of law to attack. After all, one's celestial origin energy could only be fused with one's fundamental profundity. Once one had fused with a law's fundamental profundity, one would not be able to fuse with another law's fundamental profundity. The three of you didn't die in vain after being killed by a 6th-form divine elemental spirit. Duan Lingtian glanced at the three prodigies from the Profound Cat clan indifferently before he waved his hand and put away their spatial rings and celestial weapons. Then, he teleported away with Huaner and disappeared from the area. Brother Lingtian, have you had a breakthrough in your cultivation base? Huaner asked curiously. Based on what she knew, she had become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord during her 8 years of closed-door cultivation. However, Lingtian was still a 1 basic celestial lord. During those 8 years, Lingtian had been comprehending the law of space with the supreme powerhouse divinity. I'm a 3-talents celestial lord now. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. I've broken through 2 levels. However, I managed to break through 2 levels in just 2 months because I acted as a medium from my little world to absorb the remnant of a realm of gods. I won't have such an opportunity again in the future. For Duan Lingtian, breaking through from a 1 basic celestial lord to a 3 talents celestial lord in just 1 month was only SOSO. The biggest improvement in his strength was the power granted to him by the 6th form divine elemental spirits. The power granted to him by the 5 divine elemental spirits did not require his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the profundities of the laws of the 5 elements. When he cast the law of space, the 5 elements' power would be boosted with his celestial origin energy that had been boosted with the space elemental profundity. Brother Ling Tian, since your little world has absorbed the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods, it won't take long for you to become a 4 phenomenon celestial lord, Huaner said. Duan Lingtian nodded. After all, Huaner knew about Duan Lingtian's current situation. After all, Duan Lingtian had told her about it. It'll take some time, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. His greatest gain from entering God's secret treasure was that the main branch of the divine tree of life in his body had merged with the divine tree of life in this realm of gods. He had obtained the world-cleansing divine water that protected the divine tree of life. With the help of the world-cleansing divine water, the 5 divine elemental spirits in his body had transformed into the 6th form. Most importantly, it was the world-cleansing divine water. With the help of the other 5 divine elemental spirits, the world-cleansing divine water had formed a heaven-defying formation that transported 99% of the heaven and earth spirit energy in the remnant of a realm of gods into his little world. Chapter 32:44. Based on what the world-cleansing divine water said, apart from me, there's no one who's not a supreme expert whose little world is filled with the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Even the godly existences in the realms of gods aren't able to absorb the heaven and earth spirit energy from the realms of gods. Duan Lingtian realized his situation was unique when he listened to the world-cleansing divine water. Apart from the supreme experts, no one could compare to him in certain aspects. In the future, not only will I be able to cultivate with the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world, but so will Huaner. The fortuitous encounter Duan Lingtian obtained this time was not only beneficial to him, but it was also beneficial to Huaner. Huaner, how are you going to help the 2 Ning dragons? Duan Lingtian asked when he remembered they would be leaving in 2 days. Brother Lingtian, we'll leave in advance. However, we won't be able to break the chains on them with brute force. We'll have to use divine weapons to break them, Huaner replied. All right. We'll leave when the time is right. Duan Lingtian was grateful to the 2 Ning dragons. After all, he would not have had this fortuitous encounter if the 2 Ning dragons had not allowed him to enter the realms of gods in advance. Ning dragons? The world-cleansing divine water's gentle voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Little Tian, you can let them enter your little world. They'll be your guardian divine beasts. Sister Water, the problem is they don't want to enter my little world. They only want to trust me. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Don't worry. I'll communicate with them when the time comes. It's a great opportunity for them to enter your little world. They'd be fools if they refused. The world-cleansing divine water said confidently. They don't seem to understand the human language. Sister Water, can you communicate with them? Duan Lingtian asked. There are only a few languages in this world that I don't know. Sometimes, after living for a long time, it's only natural that I know more. The world-cleansing divine water replied. When the world-cleansing divine water said this, it was obvious that it was proud of itself. That would be best. Duan Lingtian nodded. He was worried about letting the 2 Ning dragons into Huaner's little world, but he was not worried about them entering his little world. Putting aside the fact that the 2 Ning dragons wouldn't be able to destroy his current miniature world, the existence of the 5 divine elements would be enough to protect his miniature world and prevent the 2 Ning dragons from destroying it. Huaner, let's walk around for 1 more day. We'll leave on the last day, Duan Lingtian said. In the next day, with Huaner's help, Duan Lingtian managed to find another 2 Devata weapons. However, from the beginning until now, the Devata weapons he found were basically primitive and mediocre Devata weapons. Duan Lingtian only managed to find 1 prominent divine weapon. It was a white ribbon. As soon as he obtained it, he gave it to Huaner. Huaner, let's go out first. Due to the matter with the Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian and Huaner left the ruins of the realms of gods early and returned to the outside world. When the two Ning dragons saw Huaner, a hint of excitement flashed in their eyes. At this moment, they did not seem to have lost their intelligence at all. Swoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the two Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 orifices exquisite sword and undid the chains binding the Ning dragons. At the same time, Huaner cast the beast form technique on the two Ning dragons in an attempt to lure them into her little world. However, the two Ning dragons ignored her. In the end, the two Ning dragons entered Ling Tian's little world. Big brother Ling Tian. What's going on? Huaner asked in confusion. Big sister Shui let them into my little world. Furthermore, after they entered my little world, they seemed to like staying in there. Duan Lingtian looked into his little world as he replied to Huaner. After entering his little world, the two Ning dragons seemed to have regained their freedom. They flew around freely. Duan Lingtian could sense their joy even though they were separated by the little world. Little Tian, I'm communicating with them and asking them to acknowledge you as their master. If they're willing to acknowledge you as their master, they'll be a great help to you before you become a god. The world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Lingtian. With the environment in your little world, it's only a matter of time before they break through and become 10 directions celestial emperors. Moreover, they'll be able to comprehend profundities very quickly in your little world as well. The world-cleansing divine water said. How do I get them to acknowledge me as their master? Is it reliable? Duan Lingtian asked. He did not want to have 2 ticking time bombs by his side. You don't have to worry about that. If they're willing, I have ways to restrain them so they won't dare to betray you. The world-cleansing divine water said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. I'll do as you say, Sister Water. Huaner, there's still time. Let's go in and take a look around. When Duan Lingtian recalled there was still a day before the door would close, he beckoned Huaner to go in again. In the end, they came out with the others. Naturally, they could stay in the little world. However, if they stayed in the little world, they would not be able to leave unless the spatial tunnel between the genius secret realm and the realm of gods was reopened. Moreover, it would take a long time to reopen the spatial tunnel. Nobody wanted to stay in the little world. Not only would they be lonely in the little world, but they would also be completely isolated from the outside world. What was the point of finding more divine weapons? Duan Lingtian, how's your harvest? Suli asked Duan Lingtian with a smile. Not bad. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then he asked, What about you? I've been in the little world for more than a month. Apart from the mediocre divine sword you helped me find, I only managed to find a primitive divine sword. Suli shook his head. I did find some other things, but they're nothing compared to the divine weapons I found. Eh? Why aren't the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect here? Are they not coming out? Some of the prodigies who had entered God's secret treasure earlier and did not see the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect being killed by the Ning dragons looked at the prodigies in the surroundings. The people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect have been killed by the Ning dragons. Soon after, a prodigy who had entered the little world reported. They were killed by the Ning dragons? Didn't the door of God's secret treasure open? Why did the Ning dragons attack them? Many of the prodigies were stunned. Are they stupid enough to attack the Ning dragons? I don't think so. Some of them suspected that the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect had offended the Ning dragons. However, most of them did not think the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect were that stupid. They didn't provoke the Ning dragons. They merely wanted to enter the little world. However, the Ning dragons suddenly attacked and killed them. I wonder if they were unlucky or if someone had asked the Ning dragons to help them. A prodigy from the Profound Cat clan glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huaner when he spoke. Asked the Ning dragons to help them? You're dreaming. That's right. Who would be able to get the Ning dragons to help them? Many of the prodigies from the Profound Cat clan retorted. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan did not stop there. He continued to say, Did any of you think that someone would be able to enter God's secret treasure before the Ning dragons? If someone can get special treatment from the Ning dragons, what's so difficult about getting the Ning dragons to help them? When the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan mentioned this, many people fell silent. Many of them instinctively turned to look at Duan Lingtian, Huan Suli, and Gong Sun Jing. What? Do you think we were the ones who asked the Ning dragons to kill the prodigies from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly when he saw the young prodigy from the Profound Cat clan looking at him, and Huan meaningfully. However, the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan ignored him. Do you think I, Duan Lingtian, would need the Ning dragons to kill those trash from the Thousand Hands Devil sect? Duan Lingtian sneered as he raised his hand. A spatial tear appeared beside the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan. One! In the next instant, a cross-dimensional prodigy shot out and severed the prodigy's arm. Brother Lingtian, I was the one who asked the Ning dragons to kill the people from the Thousand Hands Devil sect. After Duan Lingtian severed the prodigy's arm, Huan sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he replied awkwardly through voice transmission. I'm sorry for the prodigy from the Profound Cat clan. Although Duan Lingtian said this through voice transmission, he maintained a cold expression on his face. Duan Lingtian, are you trying to make an enemy out of the Profound Cat clan? The strongest prodigy among the younger generation in the Profound Cat clan, a young man dressed in a blood-red robe, glared at Duan Lingtian. Profound Cat clan? How arrogant! Gong Sun Jing stepped forward and sneered as he looked at the blood-clad young man. Xian Kong, if you have a problem with Duan Lingtian, you can come out and fight Duan Lingtian or ask your father to come to the Yellow-Darched progeny to look for my grandfather. Xian Kong's expression changed when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words. Ask him to fight Duan Lingtian? Would that not be seeking death? As for asking his father to visit the leader of the Yellow-Darched clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Even the old ancestor of the Profound Cat clan would not dare to challenge the leader of the Yellow-Darched clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, let alone his father. Xian Kong is the son of the clan leader of the Profound Cat clan. He has a bad temper, but his strength is mediocre. Suli sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. He's just a clown. Duan Lingtian asked as he glanced at Xian Kong indifferently. Xian Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Gong Sun Jing and Duan Lingtian, but he did not say anything. In terms of strength, he was no match for Duan Lingtian. In terms of background, Duan Lingtian had the support of the Yellow-Darched clan in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. This Suli is quite cunning. Yu Tianxing narrowed his eyes when he saw Gong Sun Jing standing up for Duan Lingtian. He finally understood why Suli wanted to enter God's secret treasure with Gong Sun Jing. Chapter 32:45. Where are the two Ning dragons? After the door to God's secret treasure was closed, many people finally realized the two Ning dragons were gone. Only two broken chains were left. Soon after, the door of God's secret treasure, together with the two broken chains, turned into shadows in front of everyone's eyes. Finally, they disappeared completely into the void. Where are Junior Brother Yu, Junior Brother Lang, and Junior Brother Wang? Xian Kong, the strongest young prodigy in the Profound Cat clan, finally confirmed that 3 prodigies were missing from the Profound Cat clan. As long as the others entered God's secret treasure, they would come out unscathed. However, the Profound Cat clan was missing 3 prodigies. For this reason, there was only one possibility. The 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat clan must have died in God's secret treasure. Otherwise, they would have come out with them. For this reason, Xian Kong specially checked their soul pearls and their spatial rings. Sure enough, he noticed that their soul pearls had shattered. It's impossible for there to be anything in the ruins of the realms of gods that could harm my 3 junior brothers. Therefore, there's only one possibility. My 3 junior brothers were killed by one of these people. With this thought in mind, Xian Kong's expression turned cold as he looked at the prodigies present on the scene. Everyone, did anyone see anyone from the Profound Cat clan being killed by someone else? Xian Kong asked the prodigies present on the scene. If anyone saw anyone, please inform me through voice transmission. The Profound Cat Clan will definitely reward you handsomely. At this moment, the surrounding prodigies also noticed the 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan were missing. The 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan died in God's secret treasure? There's no threat in God's secret treasure. Unless they don't want to come out, they must have been killed by someone else. I wonder who killed the 3 prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan. The group of prodigies discussed among themselves curiously. When I was in God's secret treasure, I happened to encounter 3 rats who were hiding in the dark and attacked me. However, they all died in the end. Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Xian Kong indifferently. Swoosh! Xian Kong's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. It's you? Why did you kill a member of my Profound Cat Clan? Xian Kong glared angrily at Duan Lingtian as he asked in a grim voice. So you're from the Profound Cat Clan? Duan Lingtian suddenly realized. Is it really a cat? Why do I feel like he's more like a rat, hiding in the dark to ambush us? Impressive. Impossible, Xian Kong said in a low voice. If they see you, they'll absolutely not attack you. Xian Kong originally wanted to say that he didn't dare to attack Duan Lingtian, but when he thought of how embarrassing that would be, he changed his words in time. If they didn't attack me, why would I kill them? Duan Lingtian smiled. You should know that I, Duan Lingtian, have no enmity with your Profound Cat Clan. Duan Lingtian, I know that you are talented and have a high level of comprehension. However, if you can't grow, no matter how talented you are, no matter how high your comprehension is, it will all be in vain. A cold light flashed in Xian Kong's eyes, and his tone carried a threatening tone. Xian Kong, you don't have to worry about that, Gong Sun Jing said with a sneer. Whether Duan Lingtian can grow or not, it's not up to the Profound Cat Clan to decide. Let's go! Xian Kong's eyes flashed coldly when he saw Gong Sun Jing. However, he did not say anything. After all, he was in a disadvantageous position. His strength and background were inferior to Gong Sun Jing's. If he continued to stay, he would only become a laughing stock. Any grassroots prodigies who made it onto the Peak of Gravity ranking or the Formation Spirit Pagoda's ranking and wished to join the Profound Cat Clan can follow me. Xian Kong, who was leading the remaining prodigies of the Profound Cat Clan away, turned around and looked at the scattered grassroots prodigies before he left. Many grassroots prodigies who made it onto the ranking were tempted when the leaders of the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect opened their mouths to recruit as well. The prodigies who were tempted by the Profound Cat Clan decided to stay. After all, it would be embarrassing for them to leave with the Profound Cat Clan. After all, the prodigies from the Profound Cat Clan had fled with their tails between their legs. Following that, the leaders of the Profound Heavenly Dao sect, the Ancient Phoenix Clan, and the Bailey Clan, Yuwu Dao, Feng Chi Chi, and Bailey Hong Fei also opened their mouths to recruit as well. However, compared to the Tuoba clan and the Great Dragon Battle sect, these 3 forces had higher requirements to recruit as well. Those who made it into the top 20 in the Peak of Gravity ranking and the Formation Spirit Pagoda ranking and the top 10 in the other rankings can join the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. At the same time, Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect opened his mouth to recruit as well. Duan Lingtian, let's continue to stroll around. When the time comes, I'll bring you to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Su Li said to Duan Lingtian. While Yu Tianxing from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was recruiting prodigies, Su Li, Duan Lingtian, and Huana left. Gong Sun Jing also left with them. Hey! Su Li! Duan Lingtian! Wait for me! At this moment, Gong Sun Jing was no longer with Yu Tianxing and the others. He had already considered himself a member of Duan Lingtian's group. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, it was time for the entrance to the Genius Secret Realm to open. After leaving God's secret treasure, Duan Lingtian, Huaner, Su Li, and Gong Sun Jing had also explored the Genius Secret Realm. Although they had obtained some treasures, they were nothing compared to what they had obtained in God's secret treasure. The entrance to the Genius Secret Realm opened as scheduled. Duan Lingtian and Huan followed Su Li and Gong Sun Jing back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. As one of the 3 top Grade 1 forces in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate was located above a sea of clouds. It was vast and majestic. Each of the floating islands had a mountain peak that was as sharp as a sword that pointed to the sky. There were more than 10,000 of these floating islands, and they looked incredibly sharp. However, at the center of the floating islands there were 10 islands that were relatively larger. They were the locations of the 10 main branches of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Those 10 floating islands are where the progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are located. As for the other floating islands, most of them are there to protect the Grand Sect. Gong Sun Jing pointed at the 10 floating islands in the distance that were different from the other floating islands and explained to Duan Lingtian. The 10,000 floating islands are there for the sake of protecting the Grand Sect? Duan Lingtian was surprised. Even if several titled celestial emperors joined forces, it would still be difficult for them to destroy the Grand Sect, right? Duan Lingtian, you're wrong, Gong Sun Jing said with a smile. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has declined, our ancestor paid a huge price to build the sect guarding Grand Formation. Let alone a few titled celestial emperors, even a few hundred titled celestial emperors wouldn't be able to break through the Grand Formation. Even 100 titled celestial emperors couldn't break through the barrier? At this moment, Duan Lingtian was truly shocked. Naturally, he knew what it meant to have hundreds of titled celestial emperors. Even the sect protecting Grand Array and clan protecting Grand Array of the Heaven-level forces, which are known to be second only to the Heavenly Emperor's forces, are probably not as good as this. Duan Lingtian sighed. Duan Lingtian, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect guarding Grand Formation is built based on the sect guarding Grand Formations of Heaven Grade sects. After all, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect was once a Heaven Grade sect. A hint of yearning could be seen in Gong Sun Jing's eyes as he said, I wonder if the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect will be able to return to its peak one day. A celestial sect? Duan Lingtian was shocked. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a Heaven Grade sect? After all, Heaven Grade forces were second only to Heavenly Emperor's forces in the Devata realms. They had countless titled celestial emperors. In terms of the number of titled celestial emperors, it was comparable to the Heavenly Emperor's forces. Yes. Gong Sun Jing nodded. Since you're about to join the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, you can go to the library to look for records of our sect's history. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he looked at the 10 main peaks and asked, The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect has 10 main progenies. Currently, I only know that Su Li is from the Shadow Support progeny, you're from the Yellow Yuan progeny, and Yu Tianxing is from the Tai progeny. What are the other progenies? The 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect are the Xian Yuan progeny, Zhan Lu progeny, Crimson Sky progeny, Tai progeny, Seven Stars Dragon Abyss. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Duan Lingtian. Next is it Ganjiang, Moxie, Yuchang, Chanjun, and Qingying? You know? Gong Sun Jing was taken aback. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. How could he not know? The 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth in his past life. Previously, he had heard that Yu Tianxing was from the Tai progeny. However, when he learned that Su Li was from the Shadow Support progeny, and Gong Sun Jing was from the Yellow Yuan progeny, he found the names familiar. At this moment, he finally understood why he found the names familiar. As it turned out, they were the names of the 10 famous swords on Earth. It seems like the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect is related to Yanhuang Realm as well. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Earth was also known as the Yanhuang planet. Most of the cultivation legacies in the Yanhuang Realm originated from the Yanhuang planet. Where should we go first? Duan Lingtian asked Su Li and Gong Sun Jing. Now that he had arrived at the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, he should have a place to stay, right? I've already sent a message to the sect leader when I left. Let's look for him first, Gong Sun Jing said with a smile. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader is very curious about you. You've broken his records in the formation Spirit Pagoda and the Peak of Gravity. The sect leader has always treasured talents. He won't mistreat you since you've joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Just like how the sect leader took care of Suli when he was born. A hint of admiration appeared in Gong Sun Jing's eyes when he mentioned the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Chapter 3246. Taya Peak was one of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Taya Peak was where the Taya progeny, one of the 10 main progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, was located. Upon entering Taya Peak, Duan Lingtian could feel the dense heaven and earth spirit energy surging toward him. It was much denser than the heaven and earth spirit energy he had encountered in the Devata realms. Naturally, it was nothing compared to the heaven and earth energy in the ruins of the realms of gods, which was also the heaven and earth energy in Little World. Senior Gong Sun Jing. Senior Gong Sun Jing. After entering Taya Peak, Duan Lingtian saw many disciples patrolling on their flying swords. All of them bowed at Gong Sun Jing. It was obvious they did not know Suli at all. Suli, I told you to come out more often. Look, these brats don't even know you, the prodigy from the Shadow Support progeny who defeated Yu Tianxing, the strongest person among the younger generation in the Taya progeny. After the patrolling disciples left, Gong Sun Jing looked at Suli and mocked him. Suli smiled faintly when he heard Gong Sun Jing's words. If he cared about these things, he would not be where he was today. Previously, when he was in Yanhuang realm to accept the legacy left behind by a powerhouse from the Shadow Support progeny who had become a god, the remnant consciousness of the powerhouse had set a series of tests for him. Among the tests, there was a test of one's fame and desire. Only those who did not care about fame and could restrain their desires would be able to obtain the legacy. That test alone was enough to stop many people. Sometimes, Suli even thought that if it wasn't for his heart being devoted to the sword and his sword heart being firm like a rock, perhaps he wouldn't be able to obtain the inheritance of that expert. Duan Lingtian, Huaner, this is the entrance to Taya Peak. From here on, there's a formation that restricts flying. Let's walk. At this moment, Gong Sun Jing, who was leading the group, landed in front of a mountain gate with a sword-shaped stone tablet. Even titled celestial emperors can't fly here. As they approached the entrance, Duan Lingtian could feel an oppressive aura in the air. The oppressive aura only disappeared when Duan Lingtian landed on the ground. Taya Peak. Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the sword-shaped stone tablet. On it were the 3 words Taya Peak. These 3 words exuded a sharp sword aura. It was obvious that they were carved with a sword. Duan Lingtian met Yu Jianqing, the current sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Tai progeny, in the main hall of Taya Peak. In the genius secret realm, the record of the Peak of Gravity and the array Spirit Pagoda that lasted for nearly 20,000 years was set by Yu Jianqing. Sect leader? Suli and Gong Sun Jing bowed slightly to Yu Jianqing. Yes. Yu Jianqing nodded. Then, he shifted his gaze to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. He smiled and asked, You must be Duan Lingtian and Huaner, right? Sect Master Yu. Duan Lingtian nodded and smiled at Yu Jianqing. As for Huaner, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, she merely nodded at Yu Jianqing as well. However, Yu Jianqing was not displeased by Huaner's rudeness. Swoosh! Without any warning, a grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura appeared in front of Yu Jianqing and shot toward Duan Lingtian. Sect leader! Suli and Gong Sun Jing's expressions changed drastically. They did not expect Yu Jianqing to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Faced with Yu Jianqing's attack, Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as the space elemental profundity surged out of his body. 9 spatial tiers appeared in front of him. 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot out from the spatial tiers toward the grayish-black sword ray that exuded a destructive aura. The grayish-black sword ray paused in midair for a moment before it continued to move forward as though it was indestructible. What a powerful profundity! When the grayish-black sword ray paused in midair, Duan Lingtian had cast the law of space's restraining profundity, the distortion profundity, and the magnetic storm profundity. Even so, the grayish-black sword ray still managed to break through it. The celestial origin energy contained in the grayish-black sword ray was, at most, at the level of a 5 elements celestial lord or a 6 combos celestial lord. However, the law of destruction was extremely powerful. Whiz! 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 The 9 cross-dimensional profundities shot toward the grayish-black sword ray that had depleted a portion of its energy. In the end, both of them perished together. Good technique. Yu Jianqing's eyes lit up as he praised Duan Lingtian. No wonder you're able to break the 2 records I set in the Genius Secret Realm. Your current strength is far greater than mine when I first entered the Genius Secret Realm. Moreover, I was almost 1,000 years old at that time, but you're not even 300 years old. Yu Jianqing could not help but sigh when he reached the end of his sentence. You're flattering me, sect leader Yu. Duan Lingtian's expression remained unchanged. He knew Yu Jianqing was merely testing him earlier since he did not sense any killing intent from Yu Jianqing's sword ray at all. Do you want to join any of the progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? The Tai progeny welcomes you. Yu Jianqing smiled. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, a cold scoff rang in the main hall. Following that, an old and skinny figure appeared in the main hall. The old man was dressed in a loose robe. He had white hair and a ruddy complexion. His body was skinny, but his eyes were bright and piercing. Grandfather. Gongsun Jing bowed respectfully when he saw the old man. Progeny Master Gongsun. Su Li also bowed to the newcomer. The progeny master of the Yellow Larch progeny? Upon hearing Gongsun Jing and Su Li's greeting, Duan Lingtian knew the old man was Gongsun Kong, the progeny master of the Yellow Larch progeny of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Gongsun Kong was widely acknowledged as one of the strongest people in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Senior Uncle Gongsun, why are you here? Yu Jianqing smiled wryly as he bowed. It was not difficult for him to figure out Gongsun Kong was interested in Duan Lingtian as well. Not long ago, he had received a message from his nephew, Yu Tianxing, telling him to recruit Duan Lingtian as soon as possible so that Duan Lingtian could join the Tai progeny. Otherwise, the progeny master of the Yellow Larch progeny would definitely try to recruit Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was close to Gongsun Jing. However, he did not expect the old man who had not left Xianyuan Peak for many years would leave Xianyuan Peak and come to Tai Peak for a disciple who had yet to join the sect. If I didn't come, all the good seedlings would have been taken away by the Tai progeny. The old man snorted coldly. Jianqing, brat, your Tai progeny already has Tianxing, but our Yellow Larch progeny only has Jing'er, a good-for-nothing. Shouldn't you give the good seedlings to our Yellow Larch progeny first? The old man said to Yu Jianqing. Senior Uncle Gongsun. Yu Jianqing was about to say something when an old voice rang in the main hall. Senior brother Gongsun, our fish intestine progeny doesn't even have a disciple comparable to your grandson, Gongsun Jing. Why don't you give the good seedlings to the fish intestine progeny first? Along with the voice, an old woman appeared in the main hall. She was standing straight like a sharp mountain peak. The old woman stared at Gongsun Kong as soon as she appeared. Duan Lingtian, it seems like Yunyi from the fish intestine progeny has also sent a message to this person. This is the progeny leader of the fish intestine progeny and my grandfather's junior sister, Shimen Wanwan. Gongsun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Wanwan, why are you here as well? Gongsun Kong smiled wryly when he saw Shimen Wanwan. You haven't left Fish Intestine Peak for more than 1,000 years, right? Senior brother Gongsun, I'm not asking for much. Between Duan Lingtian and Huaner, I only want one person. Shimen Wanwan looked at Duan Lingtian before she said, I don't ask for Duan Lingtian. However, my Fish Intestine Peak wants Huaner. Shimen Wanwan's voice was filled with determination. That's not a problem. Gongsun Kang's eyes brightened. He thought Shimen Wanwan was going to compete with him for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not hesitate when he heard Shimen Wanwan's words. After all, Duan Lingtian was more than enough for the Yellow Yuan progeny. Senior brother Gongsun, senior sister Shimin, isn't it a little rude of the two of you not to inform me that you're here? Another old voice sounded. Soon, a burly middle-aged man walked in from the outside. It's the progeny leader of the Zhanlu progeny, Chongjio. It seems like Hejan has also sent him a voice transmission. Gongsun Jing sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Senior brother, senior sister, our progeny lacks talents like Duan Lingtian. Since you're not interested in Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you won't compete with me for him, right? Chongjio said as he glanced at Gongsun Kong. Humph. Gongsun Kong snorted. Junior brother Chongjio, you've got a good plan. You should be content with what you have. The Zhanlu progeny has Hejan who's better than my grandson, Gongsun Jing. How dare you compete with me for him? Hejan? Chongjio shook his head. Senior brother Gongsun, if you really want to talk about Hejan, how about this? I'll ask Hejan to join the Yellow Yuan progeny, and you won't compete with me for Duan Lingtian. You! Gongsun Kong was stunned. Gongsun Kong was stunned. After a long while he said, It's been so many years, but you're still as shameless as before. As for Gongsun Jing, he was also dumbfounded when he heard this. If Hejan finds out Master Chongjio gave him away just like that, I'm afraid he'll vomit blood from anger. Gongsun Jing said to Duan Lingtian and Su Li in a soft voice. Swoosh! Swoosh! While Gongsun Jing was whispering to Duan Lingtian and Su Li, two figures appeared in the main hall like ghosts. It was a handsome young man and an extremely beautiful young woman. Heavens! Even the branch leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and Moxia progeny are here? Gongsun Jing was dumbfounded when he saw the two of them. Brother Lingtian, these two look alike. Chapter 3247. The leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are twins. It's only natural that they look alike. Gongsun Jing explained. That's right, Gongsun Jing said. Furthermore, although the line masters of the Ganjiang bloodline and Moxi bloodline are all inferior to my grandfather and the sect master individually, if they were to join hands, even my grandfather and the sect master would not be able to gain the slightest advantage against them. After fighting for a long time, they would even be slightly inferior. Gongsun Jing deliberately lowered his voice as he said, I heard that the last titled celestial emperor who tried to take over the Nando territory was killed by the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny. If the duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny join forces, they're unrivaled in the Nando territory, let alone the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Gongsun Jing said. The duo of Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny are twins. Not only that, but they've also comprehended the soul fusion technique. Upon hearing Gongsun Jing's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man and the young woman. It was impossible to tell that these two seemingly harmless young men and women were actually such terrifying figures. After all, they were capable of killing titled celestial emperors. Your grandfather should be as strong as a titled celestial emperor, right? Duan Lingtian asked Gongsun Jing through voice transmission. I've heard from my grandfather that he had fought a few titled celestial emperors before. One of them was slightly weaker than him while the others were on par with him. Upon hearing Gongsun Jing's reply, Duan Lingtian realized that Gongsun Jing's grandfather and the Moxia progeny's grandfather were the strongest. After all, Gongsun Kang's strength was comparable to a titled celestial emperor. What about sect leader Yu? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission. Sect leader Yu is as strong as a titled celestial emperor. If he wants to, he can obtain a title from the title temple at any time. Gongsun Jing paused for a moment before he continued to say, Many years ago, my grandfather and sect leader Yu fought to a draw. However, I suspect sect leader Yu is slightly stronger than my grandfather. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel excited. Apart from that, the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had two powerhouses who were as strong as titled celestial emperors. Such a force was only a first-grade force. Even a supreme grade 1 force would only have one or two titled celestial emperors, right? Even if the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect isn't as strong as it used to be, it's still not considered a supreme Grade 1 force. Based on Duan Lingtian's understanding of the various forces in the Devata realms, it was not difficult for him to come to this conclusion. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's gaze returned to the main hall of the Taya Peak. Following the arrival of the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxie bloodline, the atmosphere in the main hall suddenly fell silent. What? Do the two of you want Duan Lingtian and Huana as well? Gong Sun Kong was the first to speak. While he asked with a wry smile, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Although Duan Lingtian and Huana's seniority in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was lower than his and they had to address him as junior uncle, they were much stronger than him when they joined forces. Junior Uncle Gong Sun, I want Huana. The leader of the Moxie bloodline, a beautiful young woman, said to Gong Sun Kong with a faint smile on her face. Duan Lingtian. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline, on the other hand, said coldly. Duan Lingtian. Forget it. I didn't expect that even you two little fellows would be interested in those two little fellows. This old lady won't interfere. I won't interfere. Chiman Wanwan, the leader of the Yucheng bloodline, said with a sigh before she left the main hall. Since you two siblings are here, this old man won't fight with you. Chong Jiu shook his head and smiled before he left as well. Senior brother Feng, senior sister Yun. Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, greeted the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline with a smile on his face. The leader of the Ganjiang bloodline was Zhuge Feng, while the leader of the Moxia bloodline was Zhuge Yun. Junior brother Jianqing, you're not going to compete with us, right? Zhuge Yun asked with a faint smile. Since senior brother Feng and senior sister Yun are here for them, how can I compete with them? Yu Jianqing smiled wryly. Upon hearing Yu Jianqing's words, Zhuge Yun nodded in satisfaction. Then, she looked at Gong Sun Kong, the leader of the Yellow Larch bloodline, and asked, Junior Uncle Gong Sun, are you really going to compete with us? You're not going to compete with us? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Up until now, the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline are the only leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. They don't have any disciples, Gong Sun Kong said. It's strange that they don't have any disciples in the Genius Secret Realm. How come they're so well informed? I'm the one who told them, Su Li said. I forgot that the Shadow Support progeny is close to the other two progenies. Gong Sun Jing smiled awkwardly. Su Li, I originally thought that when you brought Gong Sun Jing into God's secret treasure in advance in the Genius Secret Realm, you wanted me to join the Xian Yuan branch. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Su Li. You want me and Huan to join the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline? Duan Lingtian, I asked you to bring Gong Sun Jing with you because I want you to do a favor to the leader of the Yellow Larch bloodline, Gong Sun Kong. Su Li replied through voice transmission. However, compared to the Yellow Larch bloodline, the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline are more suitable for you. The leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline specialize in joint attacks. You and Huan can cultivate with them. As for other things, I don't think you need to learn them, right? Moreover, the leaders of the two progenies are very protective of their disciples. If you and Huan become their disciples, nobody will dare to touch you or Huan outside the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, let alone in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Su Li said through voice transmission. Thank you, Su Li. Duan Lingtian could see Su Li's good intentions after listening to Su Li's voice transmission. He sighed inwardly and thanked Su Li. There's no need to thank me. Su Li smiled. He had known Duan Lingtian for many years. He did not expect he would meet Duan Lingtian again in the Jade Emperor Heaven. Moreover, he did not expect they would become disciples of the same sect. Since the two of you have taken a liking to them, it's only natural that I don't want to compete with you. I'll let the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline have some vitality. Gong Sun Kong shook his head and left. Since the leaders of the Ganjiang bloodline and the Moxia bloodline had appeared, they did not compete with the others. Instead, it seemed like the others had given Duan Lingtian and Huan to them. Hwaner, are you willing to join the Mosia bloodline? Although the others had given up, Zhuge Yun still looked at Hwaner with a smile on her face. Hwaner was the one involved in this matter. Hwaner did not reply immediately. Instead, she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to her. Hwaner, come in. Duan Lingtian smiled. Since Su Li had made such good arrangements for them, there was no reason for him to reject Su Li's good intentions. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Hwaner looked at Zhuge Yun and nodded. Little fellow, you're really lucky. Zhuge Yun shook her head and sighed. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said, It's a good thing I'm not a man. Otherwise, I'd be jealous of you. Who said men have to be jealous of him? Just as Zhuge Yun's voice fell, Zhuge Feng, who was beside her, asked in return. You'll be alone for the rest of your life. Zhuge Yun glared at Zhuge Feng. She was helpless when it came to her twin brother. She had sent all kinds of beautiful women to her brother's bed, but her brother was not interested in them at all. He was focused on his cultivation. In the end, she felt it was impossible for her to have a sister-in-law in this lifetime. Duan Lingtian, are you willing to join the Ganjiang progeny? When Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian, his cold face eased up and he squeezed out a trace of a smile. Zhuge Yun was stunned when she saw Zhuge Feng's smile. As for the others, such as Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, Gong Sun Jing, and Su Li, they were shocked. The leader of the Ganjiang progeny was as cold as an iceberg, but he was smiling. Senior, I can join the Ganjiang lineage. However, I already have a master. Before I get his permission, I don't plan on acknowledging a second master in my life. If you want me to call you master, I'm afraid I can't join the Ganjiang progeny, Duan Lingtian said without beating around the bush. It's just a title. I don't mind. Zhuge Feng shook his head. A hint of admiration could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. After all, not everyone was as principled as Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian greets the leader of the Ganjiang progeny. Duan Lingtian bowed at Zhuge Feng when he heard Zhuge Feng's words. A smile appeared on Zhuge Feng's face again, revealing his fondness for Duan Lingtian, the Ganjiang progeny's disciple. In terms of one-on-one combat, he was no match for Yu Jianqing, the sect leader of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Usually, Yu Jianqing would brag about the 2 records he had set in the Genius Secret Realm. Most importantly, he was the one who had set the records for the Peak of Gravity and the Formation Spirit Pagoda before Yu Jianqing. Now that Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jianqing's records, Zhuge Feng could not help but feel proud. So what if you, Yu Jianqing, have broken my records? Didn't my Ganjiang progeny break your records as well? Although Zhuge Feng appeared cold like an iceberg, he was actually very concerned about some things. Naturally, he was pleased with Duan Lingtian not only because Duan Lingtian had broken Yu Jianqing's records, but also because of Duan Lingtian's innate talent and comprehension ability. Similar to Su Li, Duan Lingtian was not even 300 years old, but he was stronger than Su Li. Previously, Zhuge Feng was slightly jealous of the leader of the Shadow Support progeny. However, he was no longer jealous now. Chapter 3248. With this, Duan Lingtian and Hwaner joined the Ganjiang progeny and the Mosia progeny respectively. Currently, the Ganjiang progeny and the Mosia progeny only had 2 members each. In total, they only had 4 members: Duan Lingtian, Hwaner, Zhuge Feng, and Zhuge Yun. Progeny leader, Hwaner and I would like to make a trip to the spirit overarching heaven. After the 4 of them left Tai Peak, Duan Lingtian said to Zhuge Feng. It was time for him to return to the spirit overarching heaven to settle his grudge with the Blood Skull Gang and avenge the imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. When he left the spirit overarching heaven, he did not expect he would become so strong in just a few decades. Why are you going to the spirit overarching heaven? Zhuge Yun asked curiously. We have some grudges to settle, Duan Lingtian replied. Grudges? Zhuge Yun's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. I love to settle grudges. Since Zhuge Feng and I have nothing to do, I'll follow you. Won't we disturb your cultivation? Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Feng's words. If he brought them along, it would be as good as bringing 2 super fighters with him. Moreover, these 2 super fighters were even capable of killing titled celestial emperors when they joined forces. No, we won't, Zhuge Feng replied. All right. It's settled then. We'll accompany you and Huaner, Zhuge Yun said excitedly. Speaking of which, I haven't left the Jade Emperor Heaven for many years. It's been at least 10,000 years, right? The current Zhuge Yun looked like a child when she was excited. She didn't look as mature as Huaner. As one of the top sects in the Nando territory, the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's estate naturally had a transporting formation. Naturally, the transporting formation was not located on any of the 10 main peaks of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. It was located on another sword peak. With Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun leading the way, it did not take long for them to arrive at the transportation formation in the Devata realms. Greetings, progeny leaders. The elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect who was in charge of the transporting formation hurriedly bowed at Zhuge Feng and his sister when he saw them. The 4 of us are heading to the spirit overarching heaven, Zhuge Yun said calmly to the elder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. She appeared mature and poised in front of the elder. As soon as she finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and asked with a smile, Duan Lingtian, which territory in the spirit overarching heaven are you going to? A transporting formation could precisely send a person to a mansion in a territory in a Devata realm. Southern Heaven Territory, Profound Nether Mansion. Zhuang nodded. Zhuang Clan S. Tian Yun. He in the Huan's Land sect? Yun nodded. I heard you. The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect's elder nodded in agreement as he looked at the duo in surprise. He was unfamiliar with the duo. However, since they were with the progeny leaders of the Ganjiang progeny and the Moxia progeny, he could not afford to offend them. He engraved the faces of the 2 people in his mind, and decided that no matter what, he would never offend them in the future. Swoosh! The transporting formation flashed, and Duan Lingtian and the others left the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory's Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and appeared in the Profound Nether Mansion's estate in the Spirit Overarching Heaven's Southern Heaven territory. The 4 of them appeared in one of the Profound Nether Mansion's subordinate cities. However, the 4 of them did not linger in the city. They immediately followed Duan Lingtian to the Profound Nether Mansion's estate. With their speed, the people from the Profound Nether Mansion would not be able to react in time. However, they still triggered the Grand Formation protecting the Profound Nether Mansion. When the Grand Formation was activated, the powerhouses of the Profound Nether Mansion under the lead of the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion flew over. When they saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner, they were stunned. Duan Lingtian? The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was stunned. Why, you're back? Although the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion could not see Duan Lingtian's cultivation base, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion felt mysterious to him at this moment. The duo standing next to Duan Lingtian and Huaner, in particular, gave the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion an oppressive aura. Yes. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Mansion Master, I'm here to look for seniors. These 2 are my seniors in the Jade Emperor Heaven. They're the progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Duan Lingtian said. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was unaware of the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. However, to his surprise, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he bowed respectfully at the Zhuge siblings and said, Greetings, progeny leaders. I was unaware of your arrival, progeny leaders. That's why I didn't greet you personally. I apologize for not greeting you, the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, why didn't you warn me earlier? Mansion Master, do you know about the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? Duan Lingtian was stunned. How could I not know? The Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force in the Devata realms. One of the powerhouses in the sect almost defeated the Heavenly Emperor of the Jade Emperor Heaven. the profound Nether Mansion Master said through voice transmission. Although the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect withdrew from the Jade Emperor Heaven and moved to the Nando territory, they're still very powerful. Due to the existence of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, no titled celestial emperors are allowed to enter the Nando territory. Upon hearing the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's words, Duan Lingtian realized the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was very familiar with the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. The leaders of the 10 progenies of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are all celestial emperors. Moreover, they're not ordinary celestial emperors. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion continued to say through voice transmission. Why didn't you warn me about the arrival of a celestial emperor? If they blame me, I won't be able to redeem myself even if I die 1,000 times. Don't worry, Mansion Master. These 2 seniors aren't people who care about trivial matters. They won't mind. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled, and then he said, Mansion Master, I came back this time because I intend to make a trip to one of the 10 great clans, the He clan, with Senior. The clan leader of the He clan was the person who killed the previous imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. He was also the father of the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was unaware of the clan leader of the He clan. However, just because Duan Lingtian was unaware of it did not mean the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion was unaware of it. I'll inform the Grand Ancestor right away. The Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion took a deep breath before he sent a message to the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion. When the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion received the message from the Mansion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion, he hurriedly rushed out to greet the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors. The old man, the Pavilion Master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion, hurriedly greeted the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huaner, a hint of curiosity could be seen in his eyes. He could tell the 2 celestial emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect had come with Duan Lingtian and Huaner. We're here to join in the fun with Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Don't mind us. Zhuge Yun smiled faintly. Senior, please bring us to the He clan. Today is the day the clan leader of the He clan dies. Duan Lingtian smiled at the old man. The old man was, naturally, moved when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He quickly led the way to the He clan. Along the way, he could not suppress his curiosity and asked Duan Lingtian through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, why are you with the 2 Lord Celestial Emperors from the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect? Senior, after Huaner and I went to the Jade Emperor Heaven, we joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. These 2 branch leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect decided to join in the fun with us. Duan Lingtian replied through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian, thank you. The old man replied solemnly. If you didn't bring these 2 Lord Celestial Emperors here to avenge my father, I don't know when I'll be able to avenge him. Now, when the old man spoke, he was so excited that he couldn't speak clearly. Father? Duan Lingtian was stunned. I didn't tell you that the former imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion is actually my father. Killing intent flashed in the old man's eyes as he said, For this reason, when I took over the position of the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion, I made a rule stating that the imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion must avenge the former imperial tutor. I knew it would be difficult for me to avenge my father due to my limited innate talent. Therefore, I placed my hopes on the next imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. Alas, even after 20,000 years, I didn't see anyone capable of killing the clan leader of the He clan. That is, until you appeared. Upon hearing the old man's words, Duan Lingtian was enlightened. As it turned out, the old man was the son of the imperial tutor of the He clan. Based on this, he could understand the old man's desire to avenge his father. Senior, there's one thing you're wrong about. Duan Lingtian looked at the old man and said through voice transmission. The 2 progeny leaders of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect are only here to join in the fun. Today, I, Duan Lingtian, will avenge the former imperial tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion. The clan leader of the He clan might be strong. However, Compared to Duan Lingtian, the clan leader of the He clan was far weaker. You. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the old man looked at him skeptically. It was obvious he did not believe him. There was a reason he did not believe Duan Lingtian's words. After all, it had only been a few decades since Duan Lingtian left the profound nether mansion. It would be a miracle if Duan Lingtian managed to become a one basic celestial lord in a few decades. He was still far from being able to kill the clan leader of the He clan. Duan Lingtian, this joke isn't funny at all. Chapter 3249. A joke? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard the old man's words. He did not bother to explain himself. After all, he knew it would be more convincing if he were to personally make a move in the He clan. The He clan was one of the top 5th-grade clans in the Southern Heaven territory. It was located on a vast plain that was densely packed with buildings. Based on the number of people entering and exiting the He clan's estate, one could tell it was a prosperous clan. However, when Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the outer perimeter of the He clan's estate, they were stopped by a group of patrolling disciples. Who are you? A group of patrolling disciples from the He clan glared at Duan Lingtian and the others. However, most people's gazes were focused on Juana's face. Her face was simply too attractive. The Pavilion Master of the Profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tutor Pavilion and the Imperial Tutor of the Profound Nether Mansion are here to avenge the death of the Patriarch of the He clan. The old man's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and killed one of the patrolling disciples. The remaining disciple's face was pale from fright. A celestial lord! The remaining disciple hastily fled. The old man did not make a move at all. Let's wait here for a while, the old man said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew the patriarch of the He clan would definitely show himself after the old man's actions. About 15 minutes later. Whoosh! 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 Accompanied by waves of swift howls of the wind, numerous figures flashed out from the He clan's estate in the distance and flashed towards Duan Lingtian's group. The person in the lead was a burly middle-aged man dressed in a robe made of tiger skin. Behind the middle-aged man were 6 old men and 4 middle-aged men. All of them were glaring fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun stood at the side. Although they did not show their emotions, their extraordinary auras made the others' expressions turn solemn. Immortal emperors, even if they just stood there and didn't make a sound, could imperceptibly give immortal sovereigns a sense of oppression. The more powerful an immortal emperor was, the more they would feel this pressure. On the contrary, those below the immortal emperor realm couldn't feel this pressure. Seniors, you're not from the profound nether mansion, right? The middle-aged man in the lead was none other than He Tian-chun, the patriarch of the He clan. He was the one who had killed the previous imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. Now, when He Tian-chun looked at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, his face was filled with fear. After all, even the titled Celestial Lord in the Southern Heaven territory would not be able to make him feel so oppressed. At the same time, He Tian-chun sent a message to the current ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. The 10 major clans of the Southern Heaven territory were somewhat related to the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Now, 2 suspected immortal emperors had arrived at the He clan, causing He Tian-chun to feel great pressure. He immediately contacted the Southern Heaven Immortal Lord, wanting him to come over and check if his feeling was correct. You don't have to worry about us. Zhuge Yun glanced at He Tian-chun indifferently and said, No matter what enmity you have with the profound nether mansion, we won't interfere. HM? Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression changed drastically. Senior, you won't interfere? He Tian-chun was skeptical when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. How could they not interfere when they were already here? However, his eyes lit up when he saw the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion's expression. Could it be that these 2 suspected immortal emperors were only here to watch the show? You're the pavilion master of the Imperial Tutor Pavilion in the profound nether mansion? He Tian-chun asked in a deep voice as he looked at the old man. Are you the one who killed the disciples of the He clan? That's right. Not only am I the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion in the profound Nether Mansion, but I'm also Chong Heng's son. Chong Heng was the name of the previous Imperial Tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Chong Heng? Realization dawned on He Tian-chun when he heard the old man's words. So, you're Chong Heng's son. A meaningful smile appeared on the corner of He Tian-chun's mouth. Your mother is quite interesting. Back then, He Tian-chun had sullied Chong Heng's wife, the old man's mother. You're seeking death. The old man's expression changed drastically when he heard He Tian-chun's words. Celestial origin energy surged out of his body as he attacked He Tian-chun. Boom! 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 The two of them continued to exchange blows, but it did not take long before He Tian-chun gained the upper hand and completely suppressed the old man. You're quite strong. Unfortunately, your innate talent is much weaker than your father. If Chong Heng didn't die back then, he would have been a titled Celestial Lord or even stronger by now, He Tian-chun said indifferently. The old man was severely injured, and blood was trickling down the corner of his mouth. However, he still wanted to fight to the death. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stepped forward and said, Senior, let me do it. Duan Lingtian stood in front of the old man and looked at He Tian-chun indifferently. There was no emotion on his face. Who are you? He Tian-chun asked with a frown on his face when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, the current imperial tutor of the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian replied. Duan Lingtian? He Tian-chun was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Duan Lingtian. The Duan Lingtian who performed outstandingly in the middle and upper realms of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. Even He Tian-chun, the leader of the He clan, had heard of Duan Lingtian before. However, he did not think much of Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian was merely a junior. Perhaps, after a few thousand years or 10,000 years, Duan Lingtian would be on par with him. However, the current Duan Lingtian was still nothing in front of him. He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Their eyes were filled with surprise. Back then, Duan Lingtian's name had spread far and wide in the Southern Heaven territory. Even they had heard of him. But didn't they leave the profound Nether Mansion? I heard they left the profound Nether Mansion as well. I heard from the Phantom Fox clan. The elders of the He clan whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian. Swoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as a thin figure appeared in front of everyone like a specter. However, before the person appeared, both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun raised their eyebrows slightly. The figure of the newcomer appeared. It was a thin middle-aged man wearing a gorgeous silver robe. He had a handsome face and a majestic aura, giving people the feeling that all rivers could flow into the sea. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. I'm He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan. As soon as the figure appeared, He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, bowed and greeted the figure. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this time, the group of He clan elders behind He Tian-chun also followed suit and bowed. Greetings, Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. At this moment, even the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion of the profound Nether Mansion bowed and greeted the figure. Duan Lingtian and Huan were the only ones who remained silent as they looked at the newcomer calmly. Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun did not even look at the figure. Duan Lingtian, why aren't you greeting the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord? He Tian-chun said coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Him? Duan Lingtian glanced at the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord indifferently before he shook his head. He's not worthy of my greeting. He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan thought the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord would fly into a rage and punish Duan Lingtian after hearing Duan Lingtian's words. However, they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at the young man and woman standing at the side. Xiang Qin Yu, the titled Celestial Lord of the Southern Heaven Territory, greets the two Celestial Emperors. As soon as Xiang Qin Yu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, appeared, he was certain the young man and woman standing before him were celestial emperors. He was much stronger than He Tian-chun. For this reason, he was more sensitive to the aura of celestial emperors. He was 100% certain the young man and woman were celestial emperors. Lord Celestial Emperors? He Tian-chun and the other members of the He clan were shocked when they saw the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord bowing respectfully at Zhuge Feng and Huaner. Greetings, Lord Celestial Emperors! Immediately, He Tian-chun and the others bowed respectfully to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng, especially He Tian-chun, who confirmed his guess. 2 Celestial Emperors. Why did they come with the people from the profound nether mansion? He Tian-chun was slightly anxious. It would be strange if the 2 celestial emperors had nothing to do with the people from the profound nether mansion, since it was obvious they had come together. However, one of the celestial emperors had said they would not interfere. Celestial emperors would not lie, right? However, facing Xiang Qingyu's greeting, Zhuge Feng had no intention of paying attention to him. Zhuge Yun glanced at him, nodded, and didn't pay attention to him anymore. What happened? Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, asked He Tian-chun through voice transmission with a frown on his face. Xiang Qingyu nodded. Since Lord Celestial Emperor has said he won't interfere, naturally, he won't interfere. Is the profound nether mansion going to settle the score with He Tian-chun? Xiang Qingyu asked as he looked at the pavilion master of the Imperial Tudor Pavilion. The old man hesitated when he heard Xiang Qingyu's words. If the 2 celestial emperors did not interfere, how could they settle the score? That's right. Before the old man could reply, Duan Lingtian spoke up for him. We're here to take the life of the clan leader of the He clan. Those who have nothing to do with this matter should step aside and watch the show. Duan Lingtian glanced at Xiang Qingyu indifferently. How dare you! He Tian-chun stepped forward as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking. He glared at Duan Lingtian and shouted. Duan Lingtian, not only did you not bow to the Lord Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, but you even dare to act so presumptuously. Chapter 3250. Noisy! Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold when he heard He Tian-chun's words. His celestial origin energy that had been boosted by the law of space's space elemental profundity surged out of his body. Swoosh! In the next moment, Duan Lingtian vanished from his spot and reappeared behind He Tian-chun. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian drew his bow with both hands as a powerful energy surged out of his hands and shrouded He Tian-chun's body. He Tian-chun did not even have time to react. Buzz! 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 In just a blink of an eye, He Tian-chun's body was shredded into pieces by Duan Lingtian's hands. Only a spatial ring and a defensive celestial weapon were left in the void. The elders of the He clan only regained their senses when they saw He Tian-chun's death. Their expressions changed drastically. The clan leader of the He clan, the strongest person in the clan, had died just like that. Moreover, he was killed by Duan Lingtian, the imperial tutor of the profound nether mansion. How's this possible? When the group of He clan elders looked at Duan Lingtian once more, besides shock and disbelief, their eyes were mixed with waves of extreme terror. Duan Lingtian was no stranger to them. In fact, Duan Lingtian had only become famous in the Southern Heaven territory 200 years ago. At that time, he was only a 10 directions celestial duke who was invincible in the middle realm of the Southern Heaven ancient realm. However, in just 200 years, Duan Lingtian had become so strong that he could easily kill He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan. Although He Tian-chun, the clan leader of the He clan, was not a titled celestial lord, his strength was close to that of a titled celestial lord. However, he was still killed by the purple-clad young man in just a blink of an eye. He's so strong! Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, looked at Duan Lingtian warily. Initially, he was displeased with the purple-clad young man because of He Tian-chun's words. However, at this moment, he did not dare to utter a single word. After all, it was obvious the purple-clad young man was not any weaker than him. Most importantly, there were two celestial emperors standing next to the purple-clad young man. Although the two celestial emperors had said they would not make a move, who knew if they would make a move or not? Even if the celestial emperors went back on their words, it would not affect their reputations. Duan Lingtian, this name. It's a name. At the same time, Xiang Qingyu only felt that the name Duan Lingtian was a little familiar. It was as though he had heard of it somewhere before. However, due to the fact that it was a distant memory, he could not recall it for a while. Lord Southern Heaven, Celestial Lord. Just as the group of He clan elders looked at Xiang Qingyu, as if they were looking for him to make the decision for He Tianchun, Xiang Qingyu completely ignored them and left as if he was escaping. From the beginning to the end, he didn't even look back. At this moment, the elders of the He clan could tell even the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, the ruler of the Southern Heaven territory, did not dare to make a move on Duan Lingtian. Immediately, their expressions changed completely. Their eyes were filled with despair. They were all worried that after Duan Lingtian killed their He clan's patriarch, he would annihilate their He clan as well. Senior, since this matter is over, I'll leave now. Duan Lingtian looked at the pavilion master of the profound Nether Mansion's Imperial Tudor Pavilion, who was still in a daze. Then, he left the He clan's estate with Huan and Zhuge Feng. Senior, if I have time in the future, I'll visit you in the profound Nether Mansion. Duan Lingtian's voice rang in the air, waking the old man from his daze. Father, is avenged just like that? The old man felt as though he was dreaming when he regained his senses. An expression of disbelief could still be seen on his face. After a while, he finally accepted the truth. How surprising! It has only been a few decades, but that little fellow is already strong enough to kill He Tianchun. The old man muttered to himself. Although He Tianchun had been caught off guard when Duan Lingtian killed He Tianchun, it was clear Duan Lingtian was not any weaker than a titled celestial lord. Little did the old man know that Duan Lingtian was only at the beginning. Even when Duan Lingtian attacked earlier, he had only used all of his profundities from the law of space. He still had many other tricks up his sleeve. Putting aside the two Ning dragons in his little world, just the power given to him by the 5 divine elements was enough to make him as strong as an ordinary celestial emperor. Most titled celestial lords were no match for him at all. Naturally, it could only be said that no titled celestial lords were a match for him. After all, the Devata realms were huge, and the 81 Devata realms were even bigger. There were many titled celestial lords who had encountered fortuitous encounters and were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. It was not impossible for them to defeat Duan Lingtian. Brother Lingtian, where are we going next? Huaner asked Duan Lingtian after they left the He clan's estate. We're going to the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Duan Lingtian's eyes flashed coldly as he said. However, we'll have to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters first. Previously, the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang had caused him a lot of trouble. There were a few times when he was almost killed by the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Although Duan Lingtian intended to look for the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters, he was faced with a problem. After all, assassin organizations were cunning and had more than one place to hide. Even if they had their headquarters, they would often change locations. It seems like I have no choice but to look for Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord. Xiang Qingyu, the Southern Heaven Celestial Lord, did not expect the 4 people he had met earlier would come looking for him as soon as he returned to his cultivation place. I want the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush. Xiang Qingyu glanced at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun who were standing next to Duan Lingtian, and when he thought about Duan Lingtian's strength, he reluctantly told Duan Lingtian the location of the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. He wanted to say that he did not know the location. However, as the ruler of the Southern Heaven Territory, if he did not even know where the headquarters of an assassin organization was located, he would not be able to get away with it. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian has a grudge with the Blood Skull Gang? The Southern Heaven Celestial Lord thought to himself after Duan Lingtian and the others left. In the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters. Boom! Rumble! As soon as Duan Lingtian made his move, all the buildings in the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters were destroyed by his space energy. In just a blink of an eye, the buildings were reduced to rubble. Blood flowed like a river in the rubble. Many of the weaker Blood Skull Gang staff and assassins had died in the rubble. Naturally, many of them managed to escape in time. "Who are you? Why did you destroy the Blood Skull Gang's headquarters?" Soon after, a middle-aged man dressed in a blood-red long robe walked forward while surrounded by a group of people. His expression was grave as he looked at Duan Ling Tian, who was standing at the front with the space energy surging around his body. At this moment, everyone, including the middle-aged man, was in a sorry state. However, there was no anger in their eyes when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Instead, there was only a hint of fear in their eyes. The person standing in front of them was too powerful. Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian looked at the group of people in front of him calmly as he spoke. Duan Ling Tian? Initially, the group of people from the Blood Skull Gang did not realize what was going on until an old man standing behind the red-clad middle-aged man spoke in a trembling voice. Only then did they recall that many years ago, the Blood Skull Gang had a mission to kill Duan Ling Tian. You're Duan Ling Tian? The red-clad middle-aged man looked at Duan Ling Tian in disbelief. Although he had heard about Duan Ling Tian's achievements, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian's strength to reach such a level in such a short time. At the very least, he was certain he was no match for Duan Ling Tian. "Sir, the mission against you has been cancelled. Moreover, it's not that the Blood Skull Gang was targeting you, it was someone else who issued the mission against you." The red-clad middle-aged man smiled bitterly. "Do you think I can't find you just because you're hiding behind me?" At this moment, Duan Ling Tian ignored the red-clad middle-aged man. His eyes were trained on the group of people behind the red-clad middle-aged man. Finally, his gaze landed on an old man. This old man was none other than Ling Yi, an assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian teleported and disappeared from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing next to Ling Yi. He carried Ling Yi with one hand and returned to his original spot. The entire process was as simple as an eagle catching a chick. "The last time we met, I think it was at Yen Mountain Mansion in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Ping Tian territory, right?" Duan Ling Tian asked with a smile as he looked at Ling Yi. At that time, if it were not for the protection of Ling Juyan's celestial talisman, he would have died in the hands of this assassin from the Blood Skull Gang. At this moment, Ling Yi was scared out of his wits. His face was pale. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect the young man whom he could easily kill in the past would have grown to such an extent. More than 100 years ago, when Duan Ling Tian had made a name for himself in the upper realm of the Southern Heaven territory, Ling Yi knew he would never be a match for Duan Ling Tian. Therefore, he had buried his dissatisfaction with Duan Ling Tian deep in his heart. Today, when he saw Duan Ling Tian again, he discovered that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak at all. It was likely that Duan Ling Tian was stronger than the Blood Skull Gang's leader. Otherwise, the chief would have made a move already. "Duan Ling Tian, I was only carrying out my mission," Ling Yi said bitterly. "There's no enmity between us. If it wasn't for the mission, why would I kill you?" Humph. Chapter 3251. Upon seeing Duan Ling Tian killing Ling Yi, the expressions of the assassins from the Blood Skull Gang changed drastically. "Qin Yuan Shan!" At the same time, the leader of the assassins, the red-clad middle-aged man, glared at one of the assassins behind him and said in a deep voice, "Your son was the one who accepted Duan Ling Tian's mission. If the Blood Skull Gang is annihilated today, you'll be the one who sinned the most. Lord Leader, now's not the time to shirk responsibility." Qin Yuan Shan smiled bitterly and said, "It's obvious Duan Ling Tian has no intention of letting the Blood Skull Gang go. Otherwise, why would he destroy our headquarters?" The red-clad middle-aged man's expression changed slightly when he heard Qin Yuan Shan's words. Indeed, Qin Yuan Shan was right. "Leader, let's attack together. If we lose this battle, we'll definitely die. However, we'll still die if we stand here and wait for our deaths," Qin Yuan Shan said. Soon enough, under Qin Yuan Shan's provocation, the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang began to attack Duan Lingtian. Colorful energy shot toward Duan Lingtian like dazzling fireworks. Good timing! Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as his battle intent surged. Then, he flew out and unleashed his spatial energy. With his strength alone, he faced the high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang. Qin Yuanshan was killed in just one move. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 2 moves. Another leader of the Blood Skull Gang was killed in just 3 moves. At this moment, the remaining high-ranking assassins from the Blood Skull Gang no longer had the will to fight. All of them fled in all directions. Buzz! 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 However, under Duan Lingtian's 9 cross-dimensional profundities, they did not manage to escape far before they were killed by him. You're not even a celestial lord at your age, right? From the beginning until the end, Zhuge Yun watched calmly as Duan Lingtian fought. She could not help but ask Zhuge Feng, who was standing next to her after Duan Lingtian ended the battle. Zhuge Feng only replied indifferently, "You're the same as well." Both Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were not even celestial lords when they were Duan Lingtian's age. In fact, they had just become celestial kings. After all, they had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect when they were young and were nurtured by the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Despite that, their achievements were far behind Duan Lingtian's age. Duan's age. Due to this reason, when they saw Duan Lingtian's achievement at such a young age, they more or less sighed in their hearts. Duan Lingtian. Yun asked. Feng as Senior's left. Senior asked. Senior, I'll make a trip to the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory as well. I'm worried the He clan will spread the news that I'm still in contact with the Profound Nether Mansion. If that's the case, the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory might harm the Profound Nether Mansion. Clans is Lingtian S Yun S clan S's clan S's clans Tian S clan? Bring Huaner back? The smile on Zhuge Yun's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold expression. How dare the Phantom Fox clan? Huaner is a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox in the Phantom Fox clan. Since she's from the Du clan, the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan don't tolerate her existence. Duan Lingtian continued to say, Since both of you are here with us, I hope you'll be able to intimidate the Phantom Fox clan so they won't dare to lay their hands on Huaner. Intimidate? I don't think that's enough, Zhuge Yun said indifferently. We'll have to kill a few celestial emperors before they know fear. Duan Lingtian was rendered speechless by Zhuge Yun's words. Kill a few celestial emperors? Zhuge Yun's tone was nonchalant as though she was talking about something insignificant. When will I be able to say something so nonchalant? Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. He knew that although his overall strength was comparable to an ordinary basic celestial emperor, he still had many tricks up his sleeves that he could not reveal to the public. He did not dare to use them even in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. Although Zhuge Feng and his sister were decent people, who knew if they would be able to stay true to themselves in the face of all the temptations in the small world in his body. In the mundane realm, there were many blood brothers and sisters who got along well with each other. However, when it came to fighting for the family's inheritance, they would turn hostile and become enemies. For this reason, Duan Lingtian knew he had to be careful. Although he had many tricks up his sleeve, he did not dare to use them unless it was absolutely necessary. In the past, most of the people he met were not knowledgeable and did not know about the 5 divine elements. However, now that he had met so many people, he knew about the 5 divine elements. Zhuge Feng and his sister might have known about the existence of the 5 divine elements and recognized them. Senior, have you heard of the 5 divine elements? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun as they made their way to the transporting formation to the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 realms of the spirit overarching heaven. Of course, Zhuge Yun said matter-of-factly. Any one of the 5 divine elements is a supreme treasure. If one can transform into a higher form, it'll be of great help to one's strength. Moreover, it's said that those who possess the 5 divine elements will be able to become gods as long as they transform it to a higher form. A hint of yearning could be seen in Zhuge Yun's eyes as she spoke. As expected, Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He was even more certain that he could not reveal the 5 divine elements so easily. He was sure that if he used the power of the 5 divine elements in front of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, they would definitely be able to tell that it was the 5 divine elements. Unlike ordinary people, they would not think that it was the profound power of the 5 elemental law. "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Zhuge Yun asked as she looked at Duan Lingtian. "When I was in the genius secret realm, I heard a grassroots prodigy mention the chaos divine flame among the 5 divine elements. He said the chaos divine flame can be used as a pill fire," Duan Lingtian said. "That's when I learned there's such a magical flame in heaven and earth. The chaos divine flame is only one of the 5 divine elements." Zhuge Yun shook her head and smiled. "Apart from that, there's also the profound divine metal, world-cleansing divine water, clear heavens divine wood, chaos divine earth. If any of the 5 divine elements is in their first form, not many people will be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. Even if the gods in the realms of gods can't destroy the first form of the 5 divine elements, they might not be able to tell it's a 5 divine element. After all, there are many similar things in heaven and earth that can't be destroyed, but they're not the 5 divine elements." Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian was reminded of Xiajie, Ker's third uncle in her past life, who had given him the first form of the profound divine metal. Xiajie was a god in the realms of gods. He was certain Xiajie knew about the 5 divine elements, but he did not recognize the profound divine metal. Previously, Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Since Zhuge Yun knew about the 5 divine elements, how could Xiajie not know about them? However, it seemed like Xiajie did not know about the profound divine metal, but he could not recognize the first form of the profound divine metal. "We can only recognize the second form of the 5 divine elements. For this reason, when the second form of the 5 divine elements is born, there's bound to be a group of people fighting over it. Even celestial emperors and titled celestial emperors would fight over it." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Even titled celestial emperors would fight over the second form of the 5 divine elements?" Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. The 5 divine elements were all present in his small world, and they had all transformed into their 6th forms. If people found out he had the 6th form of the 5 divine elements, even the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms would hunt him down to obtain the 5 divine elements. Duan Lingtian could not help but inwardly gasp when he thought about this. It seemed like the 5 divine elements in his little world were a hot potato to him. Based on Zhuge Yun's yearning for the 5 divine elements, she and Zhuge Feng would definitely be the first to make a move on him. "We're here." It did not take long for Duan Lingtian and the others to arrive at the nearest transportation formation in the Devata realm. After a few days, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the location of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Although the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory is a Grade 1 force, their strength is only comparable to the Nando Territory's Profound Sky Dao sect, the Thousand Hands Devil sect, and the Profound Cat clan. They're nothing compared to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Duan Lingtian knew the ruler of the Heavenly Territory was a titled Celestial Emperor. Apart from the titled Celestial Emperor, there was no other titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory. Even if there was another titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Territory, he was certain the titled Celestial Emperor was a reclusive powerhouse. If there was a titled Celestial Emperor in a Grade 1 force, there was no way they would allow a foreign titled Celestial Emperor to rule their territory. This was similar to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, the Ancient Phoenix clan, and the Bailey clan in the Nando Territory. 2 days later, Duan Lingtian and the others finally arrived at the Phantom Fox clan's estate. This was where the Phantom Fox clan's main clan resided in the Heavenly Territory. The Phantom Fox clan's main clan was divided into 2 groups. One of them was surnamed Zhang while the other was surnamed Yuan. They were the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan and Yuan clan respectively. Zhang Jini, who traveled from the Heavenly Territory to the Southern Heaven Territory to bring Huaner back to the main Phantom Fox clan, is a direct descendant of the Phantom Fox clan's main Zhang clan. Chapter 3252. The clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, the Zhang clan, and the Yuan clan, please come out. Duan Lingtian looked at the Phantom Fox clan's estate calmly as he spoke. Celestial origin energy surged out of his voice and swept through the entire Phantom Fox clan's estate. Whether it was the Zhang clan's main estate or the Yuan clan's main estate, almost everyone in the Phantom Fox clan's main estate heard Duan Lingtian's voice. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the members of the Phantom Fox clan were stunned. Who was the person outside? How could he order the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan to come out? Where did this powerhouse come from? Is he looking for the clan leaders? He doesn't seem like a guest. I wonder who he is. The Phantom Fox clan's estate that was originally peaceful was in an uproar due to Duan Lingtian's words. In the main Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan, a middle-aged man was sitting in the courtyard and enjoying a cup of tea when he heard the commotion outside. His brows furrowed slightly when he heard the commotion outside. This middle-aged man was none other than Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan. Zhang Hantian was the strongest person in the Zhang clan. Although he was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, he could be considered as one of the strongest ordinary celestial emperors. At this moment, Zhang Hantian, who was dressed in a long grayish-white robe, sat in the middle of the courtyard. With a calm expression on his face, he sent a voice transmission. Grand Elder, go out and take a look. Who dares to cause such a commotion outside our Phantom Fox clan's estate? As one of the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan, a Grade 1 force in the Heavenly Territory, one of the 7 upper province of the Spirit overarching heaven, he was not someone who could be easily summoned out. Yes, clan leader. The Grand Elder of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan, the old man who had sent Shang Jini to the Southern Heaven Territory to investigate if Huan was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, answered the Grand Elder and flew out of the Phantom Fox clan's estate. Along the way, the Grand Elder sent out a few more messages. When he finally left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, he was followed by 4 people. Elder Hirano. As soon as Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan, left the Phantom Fox clan's estate, a voice rang in his ears. Zhang Pingyi glanced over and saw 4 people leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate at the same time as him. Elder Yuan Yu. With just a glance, Zhang Pingyi recognized the 4 people. The person leading the group was the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan. The 3 people standing behind the Grand Elder were the elders of the Yuan clan. Elder Hirano, who do you think it is? He actually dared to ask the leaders of our 2 clans to go out. That person sure is arrogant. Yuan Yu asked Zhang Pingyi. I don't know. However, since he dares to act so arrogantly in front of our Phantom Fox clan's estate, it means that he must have some backing. Zhang Pingyi said. The main clans of the Phantom Fox clan, Yuan clan, and Zhang clan were usually separated from each other. They were only one when facing the outside world. Usually, the 2 clans had a competitive relationship in many aspects. Go! Let's go and take a look! As soon as Yuan Yu finished speaking, the 4 people from the Yuan clan and the 5 people from the Zhang clan flew toward the source of the voice. Soon after, they saw the 4 people standing in the distance. 2 celestial emperors! When Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu approached the 4 people, they could basically confirm that there were 2 immortal emperors among them. As for the other 2 people, they could not see through one of them, so they were not certain if he was a celestial emperor or not. As for the other person, he gave off a strange feeling. This aura. Led by Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, the 9 elders from the main clan of the Phantom Fox clan turned to look at Huan in unison when they saw Duan Lingtian and the others. Are the 2 of you the clan leaders of the Zhang clan and Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked indifferently as he looked at Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu, who were the leaders of the Phantom Fox clan. The reason why he asked this was because Zhuge Yun had just transmitted a message to him. Among the 9 people, the 2 leaders were immortal emperors. As for the rest, they were only immortal emperors. This voice. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's voice, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu regained their senses. They were certain Duan Lingtian's voice was the same as the voice that had resounded in the Phantom Fox clan's estate earlier. It was clear the purple-clad young man was the one who had spoken. I'm Zhang Pingyi, the Grand Elder of the Zhang clan. Zhang Pingyi stared at Duan Lingtian intently as he asked indifferently. May I know why you're looking for the clan leader of the Zhang clan? I'm Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Yu replied. Not everyone can meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Even if you want to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan, you should at least report your name and see if you're qualified to meet the clan leader of the Yuan clan. Upon hearing their words, Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. The two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan are really arrogant. Humph! At this time, Zhuge Yun snorted and took a step forward. As she took a step forward, light flashed all over her body. Then, a ray of sword light rose from the top of her head and whistled through the air. It brought with it an extremely terrifying aura of destruction as it swept forth. Oh no! Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically when they saw Zhuge Yun's sudden attack. As for the others, they could not react in time. Faced with the terrifying sword ray, Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu felt as though they could smell the scent of death. They hurriedly circulated their celestial origin energies and activated their purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons. Apart from that, their offensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons quickly appeared in their hands as they desperately tried to block Zhuge Yun's sword ray. The two of them joined forces. Two boundless forces converged together and clashed with Zhuge Yun's sword light. Zhang Pingyi's energy was red in color. It was obvious he had fused his energy with the law of fire. As for Yuan Yu's energy, it was blue and white in color. It was clear he had fused his energy with the law of ice. Swoosh! The sword light swept out, as if it had the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. It met Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's joint attack head-on, destroying it as easily as crushing dry weeds. Following that, the sword ray that had depleted most of its energy split into two and shot toward Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu. Bang! Bang! Two ear-piercing sounds rang in the air. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's purely defensive Emperor-grade celestial weapons had blocked the sword ray's attack. When the defensive celestial weapons were destroyed, the sword ray's attack dissipated as well. However, the duo was still sent flying as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Blood splattered across the sky. It was dazzling and eye-catching, like red roses dotting the sky. You have 10 breaths. If the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan don't come out, you'll die here today, Zhuge Yun said. Her voice was pleasant to the ears, but it was cold. Zhang Pingyi and Yuan Yu's expressions changed drastically. Both of them were celestial emperors. However, the woman in front of them had easily destroyed their joint attack and severely injured them with just a casual sword ray. Even the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan did not possess such strength. They would have lived in vain if they still could not figure out how powerful the woman in front of them was. My lord, I'll send a message to the clan leader right away, Yuan Yu said hastily. Yuan Yu hurriedly said, as if he was deeply afraid that if he was too late, the woman before him would directly take his life with a single strike of her sword. She did not even use a celestial weapon when she had attacked earlier. It was not difficult to imagine how he would have died if the woman had really wanted to kill him. Meanwhile, Zhang Pingyi had also sent a message to the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. The atmosphere at the scene also became silent at this moment. Huaner, when the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrive, you can show them your true form, Duan Lingtian said to Huaner, with a smile on his face. Huaner's true form was the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. When the two clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan arrived, he would show them her true form. He wanted to see for himself. He wanted to see if the two clan leaders would dare to do anything to her. Swoosh! Swoosh! After about 5 breaths, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air. Following that, a middle-aged man dressed in a gray robe and an old man with white eyebrows who was dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhang Han Tian from the Zhang clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. Yuan Ming Sun from the Yuan clan of the Phantom Fox clan in the Heavenly Territory greets my lord. The middle-aged man and the old man with white eyebrows bowed at Zhuge Yun as soon as they appeared. Earlier, they had learned about Zhuge Yun's terrifying strength from the Grand Elder of the Phantom Fox clan. It seemed like Zhuge Yun was as strong as a titled celestial emperor. Huaner! At this moment, Duan Lingtian called out to Huaner. In just a blink of an eye, a gigantic figure appeared behind Huaner. It was a white fox that was as tall as a mountain. It had 9 tails and a cold aura. This is... The expressions of the 2 clan leaders of the Phantom Fox clan and the 9 elders changed drastically when they saw Huaner's true form. "The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox?" The 11 of them stared at the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette with burning jealousy in their eyes. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox was a rare existence in the Phantom Fox clan. Once it was born, it would become the ruler of the Phantom Fox clan in the Devata realms. This generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in the Yuan clan's enemy, the Du clan. For this reason, the Yuan clan had tried everything to destroy this generation's 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3253. When Yuan Mingsun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan, saw the silhouette of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox behind Huaner, his eyes flashed with killing intent. At the same time, in fact, his celestial origin energy was also surging out of his body. A 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox! In Yuan Mingxuan's life, the person he wanted to kill the most was the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox. The current 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox belonged to the Du clan, and the Yuan clan had long been at odds with the Du clan. If the Du clan gained power, the Yuan clan would suffer even if they survived. He could not allow the appearance of the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox to break the balance. "What? You want to kill Huaner?" Duan Lingtian said coldly as he looked at Yuan Mingsun. Anyone who wanted to kill Huaner was his enemy. "Yuan Mingsun, don't forget about the 2 celestial emperors." Upon sensing Yuan Mingxuan's killing intent, Zhang Han, the clan leader of the main Phantom Fox clan's Zhang clan, said through voice transmission, "Do you think she would dare to use her 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox form in front of us if she doesn't have any backing?" Earlier, Yuan Mingsun had been completely captivated by Huaner's appearance. He had even lost his rationality. Now, with Zhang Hantian's reminder, it was as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He shuddered and completely sobered up. "Oh? You want to kill Huaner?" Zhuge Yun took a step forward, her eyes flashing with a cold light. When she looked at Yuan Mingxuan, she gave him a lot of pressure. Based on the words of the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, Yuan Mingsun knew how terrifying Huaner was. He knew he was no match for Huaner. "May I know who you are?" Yuan Mingsun asked in a deep voice. "I'm Zhuge Yun from the 1,000 Tribulations Sword Sect's Moxia progeny." Zhuge Yun replied indifferently. The moment Zhuge Yun's voice fell, both Yuan Mingxuan and Zhang Hantian's expressions changed completely. Although the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect was a force in the Jade Emperor Heaven, they were still familiar with the name. The 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect used to be a heaven-grade force. Although the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect was only a Grade 1 force in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, its strength was still terrifying. It was not something a Grade 1 force like the Phantom Fox clan could compare to. Rumor had it that there were a few people in the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect who were as strong as titled Celestial Emperors. If 2 of them joined forces, they could easily kill ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. They were not familiar with the names of the other members of the 1,000 Tribulation Sword Sect, but they were familiar with 2 names. Zhuge Feng of the Ganjiang bloodline. Zhuge Yun of the Moxia bloodline. If they were alone, their strength would only be comparable to ordinary titled Celestial Emperors. However, if they joined forces, they could easily kill titled Celestial Emperors. You are Lady Zhuge Yun?" Zhang Hantian looked at Zhuge Yun in shock. Then, his gaze landed on the cold figure behind her. "This lord. Could it be Lord Zhuge Feng? What do you think?" Zhuge Yun asked calmly. "Greetings, lords. I'm Zhang Hantian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan's main clan in the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't know you were coming, so please forgive me for not coming out to greet you." Zhang Hantian bowed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun at a 90-degree angle and respectfully bowed to them again. At this moment, he was already drenched in cold sweat. He did not know it was Zhuge Yun and Zhuge Yun. If he had known, he would have come out immediately. Humph! Just as Zhang Hantian and Yuan Mingsun were about to bow to Zhuge Yun harumphed coldly. In the next moment, as Zhuge Yun raised her hand, a sword ray whizzed out from her hand and headed straight for Yuan Mingxuan. The sword ray was none other than the Moxia Celestial Sword, one of the 10 great treasured swords of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Naturally, the Moxia Celestial Sword was different from the Moxia Celestial Sword in the Yanhuang realm. It was an Emperor-grade celestial sword that the founder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had hired someone to refine. Back then, the founder of the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect had hired someone to refine 10 Emperor-grade celestial swords. Then, he traveled all over the Devata realms in search of weapon spirits for the swords. For this reason, the 10 Emperor-grade celestial swords were much more powerful than ordinary Emperor-grade celestial weapons. In fact, they were almost as powerful as divine weapons. In fact, ordinary divine weapons without weapon spirits were not as powerful as the Emperor-grade celestial swords. Swoosh! The Moxie Immortal Sword was an immortal sword that emitted red light. Its entire body was blood red, as if there was blood flowing on it. It looked very strange. When Yuan Mingsun learned the 2 celestial emperors in front of him were Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun, he had been on high alert. He was afraid his actions earlier would anger them. Now that Zhuge Yun had made a move, Yuan Mingsun's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. Lord Zhuge Yun, let's talk this out. Yuan Mingsun did not hold back as he used all his strength to block Zhuge Yun's Moxia Celestial Sword. Boom! Rumble! When Zhuge Yun's Moxia Celestial Sword collided with Yuan Mingsun's attack, the 2 forces collided. In an instant, a series of deafening roars resounded in the void, as if it was shaking the heavens and the earth. After Zhuge Yun's Moxia Celestial Sword destroyed Yuan Mingsun's attack, it continued to advance toward Yuan Mingsun. Yuan Mingsun's eyes flashed as his celestial origin energy surged again. At the same time, a celestial talisman appeared in his hand. Whoosh! In an instant, a wall appeared in front of Yuan Mingxuan. It was a wall that was completely formed by countless complicated talisman shadows. As soon as the wall appeared, it blocked Zhuge Yun's Moxia Celestial Sword. Even so, it had dimmed significantly. As expected of the clan leader of the Phantom Fox clan. I didn't expect you to have such a high-grade defensive celestial talisman. Zhuge Yun raised her hand, and the Moxia Celestial Sword returned to her hand. She looked at Yuan Mingsun mockingly. Lord Zhuge Yun, I didn't offend you, right? Why do you want to kill me? Although Yuan Mingsun had the defensive celestial talisman, he did not feel safe when he saw the killing intent in Zhuge Yun's eyes. After all, Zhuge Feng was by Zhuge Yun's side. If the 2 of them joined forces, it would not matter how many defensive celestial talismans he had. At most, his defensive celestial talisman could only block the attacks of ordinary titled celestial emperors. Moreover, it could only block a limited number of attacks. Since you want to kill a disciple of the Moxia progeny, how can I let you live? Zhuge Yun sneered. Yuan Mingsun was taken aback by Zhuge Yun's words. When he regained his senses, his expression changed drastically. The 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox whom he wanted to kill had become a disciple of the Moxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect? After all, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were so famous that their progenies in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect were famous as well. However, there was only one person in both the Ganjiang progeny and Zhuge Yun's Moxia progeny. They were the progeny leaders. However, based on Zhuge Yun's words, the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox had joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect and the Moxia progeny. He knew he would not be able to kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox today. Even if he wanted to kill the 1,000 Phantoms Ice Fox progeny in the future, he would have to do it discreetly. Otherwise, if Zhuge Yun, the leader of the Moxia progeny in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect, made a move, the Phantom Fox progeny, the Yuan clan would be annihilated. Perhaps, Zhuge Yun alone was not strong enough to annihilate the Yuan clan. However, if Zhuge Feng made a move as well, the Yuan clan would not be able to stop him. Based on Yuan Ming's knowledge, Zhuge Feng was Zhuge Yun's twin brother. How could Zhuge Feng just stand by and watch? Swoosh! Yuan Mingsun's expression changed drastically when Zhuge Feng suddenly disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind Yuan Mingsun. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Zhuge Feng raised his hand. A sword shot out of his body toward Yuan Mingsun. Yuan Mingsun was so focused on Zhuge Yun that he did not even notice when Zhuge Feng appeared behind him. The result was obvious. With just one strike, Zhuge Feng had killed Yuan Mingsun. How fast! Duan Lingtian saw Zhuge Feng moving so quickly that it was no different from the law of space's teleportation profundity. However, he knew it was not the teleportation profundity, but Zhuge Feng's speed from the law of wind. He's too fast. Even if I use the law of space's teleportation profundity, he'll still be able to catch up to me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Yuan Mingsun, the clan leader of the Yuan clan and the Phantom Fox clan, was killed in just a blink of an eye. However, the Yuan clan's elders, including Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, did not even dare to breathe when they saw their clan leader being killed. Since the man and woman in front of them were capable of killing their clan leader, it was only natural that they were capable of killing them as well. Even Zhang Han Tian could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect his old rival, who had been fighting openly and secretly for many years, would die in front of him. Not only did Yuan Mingsun lose his life, but his cultivation base had also been reduced to ashes. At this moment, Zhang Han Tian could not help but feel a sense of sorrow. My lords, the Zhang clan will treat Miss Wanner well in the future. We won't dare to do anything to her, Zhang Han Tian said solemnly. Zhang Han Tian expressed to Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun with a serious expression. He didn't want to follow in Yuan Mingxuan's footsteps. At this moment, he could not help but feel relieved that he did not want to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Although the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had treated the Zhang clan like the Du clan, the relationship between the Zhang clan and the Du clan was not as tense as the relationship between the Yuan clan and the Du clan. If he wanted to kill the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox as well, he would have done the same when the woman revealed the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox's silhouette earlier. Seniors, the Yuan clan will no longer make a move on the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Chapter 3254. Yuan Mingsun was one of the two strongest people in the Phantom Fox clan. His strength was close to that of a titled Celestial Emperor. Even so, he had still died in Zhuge Feng's hands. Although Zhuge Feng had launched a sneak attack on Yuan Mingsun, the members of the Phantom Fox clan, including Zhang Han Tian, were well aware that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Feng were in a disadvantageous position. If Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun joined forces, they would not be able to kill Yuan Mingsun even if there were 10 Yuan Mingsuns. For this reason, Zhang Han Tian and the others lowered their heads, afraid that Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun would vent their anger on them. If I find out that any of you dare to harm Huaner in the future, I'll annihilate any clan that dares to harm Huaner, Zhuge Yun said coldly as she glared at Zhang Han Tian and the others. Don't worry, my lord. We won't dare to harm Miss Huaner even if we have the courage to do so. Zhang Han Tian smiled bitterly. Yuan Yu, the grand elder of the Yuan clan, chimed in. My lord, the same goes for the Yuan clan. Yuan Yu did not dare to hesitate at all. It was as though he was afraid Zhuge Yun would attack him if he hesitated. I hope you'll keep your word. Zhuge Yun looked at Zhang Han Tian and the others meaningfully before she turned around and left with Duan Lingtian, Huaner, and Zhuge Feng. Zhang Han Tian and the others only regained their senses after Duan Lingtian and the others had left. A bitter smile could be seen on their faces. Clan leader, it seems like that woman is the one I sent Zhang Jinyi to test. I heard them calling her Huan earlier. Zhang Pingyi, the grand elder of the Zhang clan, said with a bitter smile on his face. It's useless to talk about that now. I didn't expect the current generation's Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to have a connection with the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Zhang Han Tian shook his head. If he had a choice, he did not want to offend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Moreover, to a certain extent, that woman represented the strongest force in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Yuan Yu, the Grand Elder of the Yuan clan, and the other elders of the Yuan clan heaved a sigh of relief. They bade farewell to Zhang Han Tian and returned to their clans. Their Yuan clan's patriarch being killed was undoubtedly a huge matter to their clan. In the following period of time, the Yuan clan was destined to not be peaceful. Patriarch. Zhang Pingyi looked at Zhang Han Tian with a gleam in his eyes. Now that the Yuan clan patriarch is dead, the Yuan clan will be in trouble. Should we take this opportunity to seize those immortal crystal veins? Even though the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan were both members of the Phantom Fox clan, there were still some conflicts between them. It was just that they did not escalate to the point where it was too serious. Of course I won't miss such a good opportunity, Zhang Hantian said with a faint smile. At the same time, his expression turned solemn as he said to Zhang Pingyi, Grand Elder, please pass down my order. In the future, no patriarch of the Zhang clan is allowed to target the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. Furthermore, if you see someone from the Yuan clan trying to harm the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, you must do your best to help them. If you don't have enough strength, you must inform the clan. When Zhang Hantian finished speaking, he looked at the Yuan clan's estate meaningfully before he continued to say, I hope the Yuan clan is still interested in the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. If we help the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox, who knows, we might even be able to befriend the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. A hint of anticipation could be seen in Zhang Hantian's eyes as he spoke. It seems like I'll have to prepare a generous gift for the Main Du clan and the Jade Emperor Heaven to congratulate them. Zhang Hantian muttered to himself as his eyes flashed with a hint of wisdom. On the other side, Duan Lingtian, although the Phantom Fox clan doesn't have a titled Celestial Emperor, it's only because there are no titled Celestial Emperors in the clan. The Phantom Fox clan has existed for so many years. There must be some old fellows in the spirit overarching heaven Zhuge Yun said to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, unless they cross the line, it's not appropriate for us to annihilate them. Duan Lingtian felt chills running up his spine when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. Did Zhuge Yun intend to annihilate the Phantom Fox clan in the heavenly territory? The Phantom Fox clan was a grade 1 force, after all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian felt his cultivation base was still incomparable to Zhuge Yun's even though he had improved a lot recently. Senior, this is enough. I'm sure the Phantom Fox clan won't dare to do anything to Huaner in the future, Duan Lingtian said. Is there anywhere else you want to go now? Zhuge Yun asked Duan Lingtian. Nope. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Let's return. Brother Lingtian, Huaner called out. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, I want to look for my mother. Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. Then, he turned to Zhuge Yun and said, Senior, why don't we make another trip to the Phantom Fox clan? I want to ask them if they know where Huaner's mother is. All right. Zhuge Yun did not have any objections. Huaner was a disciple of the Moxia progeny, and she liked Huaner very much. As for Zhuge Feng, he did not have any objections. Unless he stayed in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, he would leave the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect whenever Zhuge Yun went out. After all, he would not allow his twin sister to wander around alone. Zhang Han Tian, the clan leader of the Zhang clan and the Phantom Fox clan, did not expect Duan Lingtian and the others would return. This time, he respectfully invited Duan Lingtian and the others into the main hall of the Zhang clan. Then, he asked Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun respectfully, Lords, why have you returned? Both Zhuge Yun and Zhang Han Tian looked at Duan Lingtian and turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Clan leader Zhang, do you know Du Xian from the Phantom Fox clan? Duan Lingtian asked bluntly as he looked at Zhang Han Tian. Du Xian? Zhang Han Tian's expression changed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Sir, why are you asking about Du Xian? Do you know Du Xian? Du Xian is Huaner's mother, Duan Lingtian said as he looked at Huaner. Then, he looked at Zhang Han Tian meaningfully and said, Based on clan leader Zhang's expression, it seems like you know Juana's mother, Du Xian. Is she really Du Xian's daughter? Zhang Han Tian looked at Juana with a complicated expression on his face. He could not help but sigh. Sin, 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 sin? Duan Ling Tian frowned. Juana, who was standing at the side, looked at Zhang Han Tian and asked, You know my mother? Of course. I'm afraid no one in the Phantom Fox clan knows about your mother. Zhang Han Tian smiled wryly. Speaking of which, your mother and I are friends. She's my childhood friend. Before the Du clan left the spirit overarching heaven and moved to the Jade Emperor Heaven, the Du clan's residence was near the Zhang clan and the Yuan clan. At that time, she was so beautiful. Zhang Han Tian paused for a moment before he continued to say, She was so beautiful. A hint of nostalgia could be seen in Zhang Han Tian's eyes as he spoke. Back then, Du Xian was very charming. Zhang Han Tian had pursued Du Xian before, but she had rejected him. Nevertheless, it did not affect their friendship at all. Back then, Du Xian was rejected by the Du clan and had left the Jade Emperor Heaven to seek help from Zhang Han Tian. However, he did not expect the current Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox to be Du Xian's daughter. Now that I think about it, you do resemble Du Xian. However, compared to your mother, you're more beautiful. You also resemble your father a lot, Zhang Han Tian said. You know my father? Juana's eyes widened as she asked in shock. Your mother went to look for your father, Zhang Han Tian said with a sigh. I don't know if they're still alive. After all, they've offended a heaven-grade force. It's unlikely that the heaven-grade force will tolerate them. A heaven-grade force? Duan Lingtian frowned. He did not expect Juana's mother would be involved with a heaven-grade force. After all, even the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect was only a heaven-grade force when it was at its peak. Clan leader Zhang, can you explain it to me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. He did not understand Zhang Han Tian's words at all. How was Juana's mother related to a heaven-grade force? Moreover, Juana's father seemed to be involved as well. Juana's mother, Du Xian, was the most beautiful woman in the Phantom Fox clan. She had many suitors in the Phantom Fox clan. Even I was one of her pursuers back then, Zhang Han Tian said. However, the man who won her heart wasn't a member of the Phantom Fox clan. Instead, he was a prodigy from a heaven-grade force. Of course, that's not the main point. The most important thing is that the sect where the prodigy from a heaven-grade force is from has already arranged a marriage for him with a prodigy from another heaven-grade force. However, the prodigy from the heaven-grade force unilaterally broke the marriage contract. Not only did the prodigy from the heaven-grade force behind the prodigy from the heaven-grade force, but the prodigy from the heaven-grade force chased the prodigy out of the clan. Du Xian came to look for me because she wanted to find out more about the prodigy from the heaven-grade force. After that, she went to the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force was to look for the prodigy. Zhang Han Tian paused for a moment before he looked at Juana and continued to say, However, I didn't expect them to have a daughter. Moreover, it's a Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox. What a sin! Zhang Han Tian shook his head. He still remembered that not long after Du Xian left, the main Phantom Fox clan in the Jade Emperor Heaven had expelled Du Xian from the Du clan. This was because they were worried that the heaven-grade force where the prodigy from the heaven-grade force would implicate them if Du Xian was one of them. If the Du clan finds out that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox they've been looking for is actually Du Xian's daughter, I wonder what they'll think. Although everyone in the Phantom Fox clan knew that a rare Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox had appeared in their clan, they only knew that the Thousand Phantoms Ice Fox was a descendant of the Du clan. Chapter 3255. Which heaven-grade force is it? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly when he saw how pale Juana's face had turned when she heard Zhang Han Tian's words. Du Xian went to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. Her father was handed over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Zhang Han Tian glanced at Juana when he finished speaking. The Heavenly Pool Palace? Duan Lingtian and Huan remained indifferent when they heard the name of the heaven-grade force. However, Zhuge Yun's expression changed drastically. Even Zhuge Feng's expression turned grave when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, Duan Lingtian turned to look at Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. He wanted to ask them if they had heard of the Heavenly Pool Palace, but when he saw their expressions, he realized the Heavenly Pool Palace was not as simple as it seemed. Senior Progeny Master, based on your expressions, is the Heavenly Pool Palace very powerful? Duan Lingtian asked. Duan Lingtian. Zhuge Yun's expression eased slightly before she said to Duan Lingtian with a wry smile on her face. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength is only above average among heaven-grade forces. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace's strength lies in the strength of its titled celestial emperors. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is the grandfather of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Moreover, the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is ranked in the top 10 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking. He's one of the strongest Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. This is the most terrifying thing about the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. That's right. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Zhang Hantian nodded and said with a wry smile on his face. Most importantly, Du Xian's husband rejected the marriage with the daughter of the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace. It's said that his daughter is deeply loved by the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. When Du Xian's husband broke the engagement, the Heavenly Emperor was infuriated. Although Du Xian's husband was supported by a heaven-grade force, the Heavenly Emperor still chased him out and handed him over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Clearly, Zhang Hantian knew quite a bit about Du Xian. Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven? One of the top 10 on the Heavenly Monarch ranking? It had been 200 years since Duan Lingtian came to the Devata realms, so he knew a lot about the Devata realms. One of them was the Heavenly Emperor ranking of the Heavenly Emperors of the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian had never seen the list before, he knew only the Heavenly Emperors of the various Devata realms were listed on it. In any Devata realm, which Heavenly Emperor was not the most powerful existence in their respective Devata realms? And to be able to squeeze into the top 10 of a Heavenly Emperor, one could imagine how strong one needed to be. Since the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven is ranked in the top 10 of the Heavenly Emperor ranking, it means he's one of the top 10 Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian inhaled sharply when he thought about this. It was not difficult for him to imagine how terrifying the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was. Huaner. Duan Lingtian held Huaner's hand. He could clearly sense the change in her emotions. As for Du Xian's husband, he's from the Heavenly Sword Mountain of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Zhang Hantian glanced at Zhuge Yun before he continued to say, My lord, you should know that the Heavenly Sword Mountain is a force of sword celestials. Yes. Zhuge Yun nodded. Most of the Heavenly Emperors of the Solitary Destructive Heaven were sword celestials. The Heavenly Sword Mountain is one of the 2 heaven-grade forces of sword celestials in the Solitary Destructive Heaven. The Solitary Destructive Heaven? When Duan Lingtian heard Zhang Hantian mention the Solitary Destructive Heaven, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately thought of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven who had died because of him. Duan Lingtian had never met Feng Qingyang before, but he had always treated Feng Qingyang as his master. The Sovereign Heart Sword that Duan Lingtian had obtained when he was in the Saint Province realm was Feng Qingyang's legacy. Not long ago, he had refused to acknowledge Feng Qingyang as his master in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect because of Feng Qingyang. I hope Senior Feng Qingyang is safe in the Azure Hell. Otherwise, I'll kill Yun Qingyan and uproot the Yun clan. Duan Lingtian's eyes shone with killing intent when he thought about Feng Qingyang. It was as though he was about to devour someone. That's all I know. Zhang Hantian smiled wryly. He looked at Huaner and said, Girl, you shouldn't interfere in your parents' affairs for now. However, there's one thing I'm certain of. Your mother is still alive. Zhang Hantian took out a soul pearl and handed it to Huaner. This is your mother's soul pearl. Mother. Huaner took the soul pearl and rubbed it with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. Girl, I advise you not to act rashly before you become a titled celestial emperor. Zhang Hantian could see Huana's intention of going to the boundless heaven to look for Du Xian. Thank you, clan leader Zhang. After thanking Zhang Hantian, Duan Lingtian held Huana's hand and left with Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. After leaving the Phantom Fox clan's estate, the atmosphere was a little tense. Brother Lingtian, I want to go to the boundless heaven, Huana said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. He knew Huana wanted to explore the boundless heaven's heavenly pools, so he did not refuse. He could understand Huana's feelings, so he did not refuse. No! Duan Lingtian's words were quickly cut off by Zhuge Yun. With your current strength, you'll only be courting death if you go to the boundless heaven's heavenly pool. You can't go, Zhuge Yun said in a deep voice. Senior! Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. He was about to persuade Zhuge Yun when Zhuge Yun interrupted him. I understand Huana's feelings, but you can't go. Let's return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect first. You and Huana will stay in the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect. Zhuge Feng and I will go and gather information for you, Zhuge Yun said. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. It would be best if Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun were willing to help Huana enter the boundless heaven. After all, the duo could even kill a titled Celestial Emperor if they joined forces. It would not be difficult for them to gather information in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Thank you, Senior. Duan Lingtian hurriedly expressed his gratitude. He knew Zhuge Yun could have ignored them because of this matter, but she still did. This was a great favor. Huana, Zhuge Feng and I will make a trip to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven to inquire about your parents' whereabouts. If your mother isn't imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll bring her back to reunite with you, Zhuge Yun said to Huana. Thank you, progenitor Zhuge Yun. Huana thanked Zhuge Yun profusely. On their way back to the Thousand Tribulations Sword Sect in the Jade Emperor Heaven's Nando territory, Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun. Senior, do you know about the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms? Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun's expression changed when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Even Zhuge Feng's expression changed slightly. Duan Lingtian, why are you suddenly asking about the Azura Hell? Zhuge Yun asked. I have an elder who was forced to enter the Azura Hell, Duan Lingtian said with a bitter smile on his face. The Azura Hell is one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. It's said that only those who are ranked in the top 3 on the Heavenly Emperor ranking are able to come out alive from there. Moreover, that's without entering the Azura Hell, Zhuge Yun said solemnly. Unless your elder has attained godhood, it's impossible for him to come out alive. However, recently, there's someone who managed to come out of the Azura Hell even though he hasn't attained godhood. Moreover, it's very likely that he has entered the Azura Hell, Zhuge Yun said as though she had just recalled something. Who is it? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. If someone managed to come out of the Azura Hell alive without attaining godhood, it was likely that Feng Qingyang had come out alive as well. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, Zhuge Yun replied. Huh! Duan Lingtian's expression froze when he heard Zhuge Yun's words. He did not expect Zhuge Yun to be talking about Feng Qingyang. Follow Weibo. Public username, Feng Qingyang, the creator of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You can also check out pictures of Huana, Feng Tianwu, and the others. When I'm free, I'll update some news about important people including Feng Qingyang. Senior. Are you sure Senior Feng Qingyang came out alive? Duan Lingtian asked with a dazed expression on his face. I'm sure. Zhuge Yun nodded. A hint of respect could be seen in her eyes as she said, not only did he come out of the Azura Hell, but he even returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and killed the Heavenly Emperor who replaced him. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, a relieved smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. He had been worried that something would happen to Feng Qingyang because of him. Now that he knew Feng Qingyang had come out of the Azura Hell alive, he sighed in relief. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the transporting formation and returned to the Nando territory in the Jade Emperor Heaven. It did not take long for them to return to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. During their journey, Duan Lingtian thought about going to the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. However, in the end, he rejected the idea. Senior Feng Qingyang is now the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm sure he must have left behind many legacies in various places. In this vast world, I'm only one of his many successors. Moreover, the legacies I obtained are only legacies from the mundane realms. It's nothing. With that thought in mind, Duan Lingtian dismissed the idea of looking for Feng Qingyang in the solitary destructive heaven. Initially, he wanted to find Feng Qingyang to ask for Feng Qingyang's help in dealing with her parents. But on second thought, that was the celestial emperor. How could he possibly help just because he wanted him to? After Duan Lingtian and Huana returned to the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left for the boundless heaven. Chapter 3256. Don't worry, Huana. Your mother will be fine. After Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun left, Duan Lingtian brought Huana back to Ganjiang Peak. He comforted her as they walked up the steps leading to the entrance of Ganjiang Peak. Brother Lingtian, do you think anything will happen to my father? In the past, Huana only knew she had a mother and did not know about her father's existence. Now that she knew about her father, it was only natural for her to think more about it. I'm sure he'll be fine, Duan Lingtian said with a smile. It's just a matter of ruining an engagement. I don't think your father will have to pay with his life, right? Perhaps they'll just imprison your father and force him to face the wall in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although Duan Lingtian said so, he did not think so in his heart. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force, had the backing of the boundless heaven's heavenly emperor. Otherwise, the heavenly sword mountain from the solitary destructive heaven would not have handed her father over to the Heavenly Pool Palace. Huana, all you can do now is cultivate diligently and wait for news from the two branch masters. If your father is really imprisoned, your mother might not be able to save him. At that time, we'll have to rely on you. Naturally, Brother Lingtian will help you as well. With Duan Lingtian's comforting words, Huana calmed down. However, her eyes were filled with determination as she said, Brother Lingtian, I want to become stronger. All this while, she had never been obsessed with becoming stronger. When Duan Lingtian was weaker than her, she was still motivated to become stronger because she thought she could help Duan Lingtian. Ever since Duan Lingtian's strength had surpassed her, she had more or less slacked off when it came to cultivation. However, after learning about her parents' predicament, she became even more determined to cultivate. All right, Brother Lingtian will cultivate with you. Before Zhuge Feng left, he had told Duan Lingtian that he could use any place on Ganjiang Peak as his training ground. The entire Ganjiang Peak was empty because of Zhuge Feng's absence. Because of this, the world energy in Ganjiang Peak was much denser than the world energy in Taya Peak. In the end, Duan Lingtian discovered a dilapidated stone platform on one side of the cliff halfway up Ganjiang Peak. Behind the stone platform was a cave. Inside the cave was a dusty abode. Clearly, it was a place where someone used to cultivate. Because this place was secluded enough, Duan Lingtian had chosen this place to cultivate on Ganjiang Peak. Whoosh! 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 Standing in the cave, Duan Lingtian casually waved his hand a few times. Suddenly, waves of wind swept out from his hand, rolling up all the dust in the cave and bringing it out of the cave. In an instant, the originally dusty cave abode became clean and tidy. Let's cultivate here, Huana. After greeting Huana, Duan Lingtian sat down on the stone bed in the cave. Huana sat beside him. During cultivation, Duan Lingtian intentionally drew out the world energy in his little world. However, he only distributed it around him and Huana. Naturally, it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to control this when he was cultivating. For this reason, he asked the world-cleansing divine water for help. In Duan Lingtian's little world, the divine tree of life that had transformed into a towering tree stood in the middle. Two Ning dragons could be seen prostrating under the tree. They looked like they were sleeping, but in truth, they were cultivating. 5 rays of energy of different colors that resembled rays of sunlight could be seen swimming around the divine tree of life. These were none other than the 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements in Duan Lingtian's little world had evolved to the 6th form. However, it was difficult for them to evolve to the 7th form with the world energy from the ruins of realms of gods that had accumulated in Duan Lingtian's little world. If they wanted to break through again, there was only one way for them to do so, and that was to devour the other corresponding divine elements. For example, the profound divine metal could only devour profound divine metal. The other divine elements were useless to it. It was the same for the other 4 divine elements. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not have to worry about the 5 divine elements fighting among themselves. Little Tian, I've spoken to them. They're willing to acknowledge you as their master. However, they want you to promise to return their freedom after you become a god. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he heard the world-cleansing divine water's words. Actually, after you become gods, they won't be of much use to you anymore. So, I think you can agree to them. Duan Lingtian nodded. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded. Meanwhile, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, Duan Lingtian successfully signed a master-servant contract with the 2 Ning dragons in his little world. The 2 Ning dragons were not the only ones who had to fulfill their promise. Even Duan Lingtian had to fulfill his promise and return their freedom after he became a god. Roar! Roar! Although the 2 Ning dragons greeted Duan Lingtian after they acknowledged him as their master, Duan Lingtian could not understand what they were saying. However, this was not important. More importantly, even though the Ning dragon couldn't understand what he was saying, it was certain that the Ning dragon wouldn't recognize the wrong person if he asked it to attack. This was the most important thing to Duan Lingtian. Nothing else mattered to him. After dealing with the Ning dragons, Duan Lingtian began to absorb the world energy in his little world to cultivate. A year later, Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun returned. Senior, did you manage to find anything? Duan Lingtian looked at Zhuge Yun and asked without beating around the bush when he saw them again. Zhuge Yun glanced at Duan Lingtian before she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Huana's father is still alive. Duan Lingtian and Huana's eyes lit up when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. That's good news. However, there's another piece of bad news. Duan Lingtian and Huana's expression stiffened when they heard Zhuge Yun's words. Huana's mother is also imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. Swoosh! Swoosh! Duan Lingtian and Huana's expressions changed drastically upon hearing this. This was indeed bad news for them. In other words, Huana's father and mother were currently imprisoned by the Heavenly Pool Palace in the boundless heaven. Senior, do you know what happened to them? Duan Lingtian asked Zhuge Yun. Although he did not think Huana's parents would be a guest in the Heavenly Pool Palace, he did not think the Heavenly Pool Palace would treat them kindly. I don't know. Zhuge Yun shook her head. To find out more, we even paid a visit to the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Pool Palace in the name of the Thousand Tribulation Sword Sect. I tried to sound him out, but he refused to talk about it. It's clear he's wary of me, Zhuge Yun said. However, based on the Grand Elder's tone, it's impossible for Huana's parents to be treated well in the Heavenly Pool Palace. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Huana's expression changed drastically. A hint of worry could be seen in her beautiful eyes. Upon hearing Zhuge Yun's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grim. It seemed like even if Huana's parents were still alive, they must have been tortured. He wondered how the Heavenly Pool Palace would deal with them. Brother Lingtian, I want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Huana said resolutely as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Huana, we definitely want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. However, we need to think about it carefully. Even the seniors don't know anything about the Heavenly Pool Palace, let alone us, Duan Lingtian said. Upon hearing this, Huana fell silent. She knew Duan Lingtian was right. If you really want to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, there's a chance. Every 1,000 years, the Heavenly Pool Palace will recruit new disciples. The next recruitment will be held in 12 years. Anyone below the age of 1000 who can pass the Heavenly Pool Palace's test will be able to join the Heavenly Pool Palace. People with different cultivation bases and ages will face different tests. It won't be difficult for both of you to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Zhuge Yun said. Huaner's eyes lit up. Join the Heavenly Pool Palace? Huaner's eyes lit up. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Although he was tempted, he did not think it was a good idea to join the Heavenly Pool Palace since they had just joined the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. Upon seeing Duan Lingtian's hesitation, Zhuge Feng looked at Duan Lingtian approvingly. Zhuge Yun said with a smile, Duan Lingtian, you're not joining the Heavenly Pool Palace. You're only here to investigate Huana's parents. You're still a disciple of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect. The Ganjiang progeny and Moxia progeny will always welcome you back. Zhuge Yun said. Thank you, senior. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to accept Zhuge Yun's kindness. Thank you, progeny leader. Huana looked at Zhuge Yun solemnly and said, I'll always be a member of the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect's Moxia progeny. This will never change. Me too. Duan Lingtian nodded. Although he had not been in the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect for a long time, he still treated the Thousand Tribulations Sword sect as his home because of Zhuge Feng and Zhuge Yun. A home that he could return to at any time. Go on. Zhuge Yun casually tossed a spatial ring to Duan Lingtian. Then she waved her hand and said, On our way back, we've decided to send you to the Heavenly Pool Palace in the Boundless Heaven. The things in this spatial ring will be useful to you. After Duan Lingtian claimed ownership of the spatial ring, he saw more than 10 celestial talismans in it. His expression turned grave immediately. The celestial talismans given by Zhuge Yun were not ordinary celestial talismans. The Heavenly Pool Palace is located in the Boundless Territory in the Boundless Heaven. Once you arrive at the transporting formation, you can head straight to the Heavenly Pool Palace. The Heavenly Pool Palace covers a huge area. Once you're there, you can ask for directions to the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Chapter 3257. The Boundless Heaven was one of the 81 Devata realms. The Boundless Territory was the largest territory in the Boundless Heaven. It was also where the powerhouses of the Boundless Heaven gathered. In the Boundless Territory, celestial emperors and celestial lords were everywhere. The Heavenly Pool Palace, a heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven, was located at the east of the Boundless Territory. The Heavenly Pool Palace's strength was only above average among the heaven-grade forces in the Boundless Territory, let alone the heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms. However, the Heavenly Pool Palace was the most powerful heaven-grade force in the Boundless Heaven. After all, the Palace Master of the Heavenly Pool Palace was the grandson of the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven was the Heavenly Pool Palace's backer. For this reason, even if other heaven-grade forces were stronger than the Heavenly Pool Palace, as long as the Heavenly Pool Palace didn't go too far, they wouldn't do anything to the Heavenly Pool Palace out of respect for the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. 12 years later, the Heavenly Pool Palace would be recruiting disciples. For this reason, a large group of people had already gathered outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. These people were all waiting for the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciple recruitment ceremony that would be held 12 years later. Some of them were brought here by their elders while others came alone. There were both men and women. The only thing they had in common was that they were all younger than 1,000 years old. After all, the Heavenly Pool Palace only recruited disciples younger than 1,000 years old. Regardless of their cultivation base, they were eligible to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Naturally, the test was different for people of different ages and cultivation bases. There are still 12 years left. Duan Lingtian stood outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and looked at Huaner, who was standing next to him. He comforted her softly. Huaner, let's find a place nearby and cultivate for 12 years before we participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's recruitment test. Huaner nodded slightly. However, her eyes remained fixed on the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate for a long time. The Heavenly Pool Palace's estate was hidden behind the clouds. One could only see its silhouette. Let's go. Duan Lingtian held Huana's hand and led her away. He knew if he did not bring her away, Huana would stay in the Heavenly Pool Palace for an entire day. After all, her parents were most likely in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. Duan Lingtian brought Huana to a nearby mountain range. Finally, he opened up a cave abode on the side of a cliff and began his secluded cultivation for the next 12 years. Huana, calm down. How can you cultivate in your current state? Just as Duan Lingtian was about to start cultivating, he noticed that Huana's body was still trembling. Brother Lingtian, I have a strong feeling my mother and father are in the Heavenly Pool Palace. I can clearly feel that my bloodline isn't calm. Even so, we still have to wait 12 years before we can enter. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly as he tried to persuade Huana. Huana, listen to Brother Lingtian. Calm down and focus on your cultivation. After 12 years, the more outstanding your performance in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, the higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace will be, and you'll be accepted as a disciple. The higher your status in the Heavenly Pool Palace, the more you'll know. Moreover, they'll be more powerful. Duan Lingtian reminded Huana. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Huana's expression turned solemn. She quickly immersed herself in her cultivation. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Then, he narrowed his eyes and immersed himself in his cultivation. Since they were outside, Duan Lingtian asked the world-cleansing divine water to help him set up a formation to prevent the spiritual energy in the Heavenly Pool Palace from leaking out. This was to prevent others from discovering the secret of the little world in his body. I can imagine that if someone discovers the secret of my small world, even if they can't transfer my small world to their own body, even if they can't transfer the spiritual energy of the universe to their own small world, I will definitely die. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. My current cultivation base is still too low. If nothing goes wrong, I'll definitely be able to become a 4-phenomenon celestial lord in 12 years. Duan Lingtian knew his current strength was largely due to the profundities of the law and the 5 divine elements. His cultivation base was only a 3 talents celestial lord. Moreover, he had broken through in God's secret treasure in the genius secret realm. 12 years passed in just a blink of an eye for those in the Devata realms. 12 years later, outside the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate in the Boundless Territory, many people had gathered. There were men, women, young people, middle-aged people, and old people. The leader of these people was a gray-clad old woman. The gray-clad old woman was skinny. She wore a gray overcoat that seemed empty. She looked as though she would fall to the ground at any moment. However, her eyes were exceptionally sharp, as though they could pierce through anything. I'm Laying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion. The old woman stood in front of a group of people as she looked at the crowd gathered in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate. The pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? She's the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion? The sword trial pavilion of the Heavenly Pool Palace is responsible for recruiting new disciples and assessing new disciples. Previously, the vice pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion was the one in charge of the assessment. Why is the pavilion master here this time? She's Laying? The merciless celestial emperor? That's right. She's one of the titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. She's the vice pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace and the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion. Rumor has it that the merciless celestial emperor is very powerful. She has killed more than 5 titled celestial emperors. I've also heard that the merciless celestial emperor is ranked in the top 5 in the Heavenly Pool Palace. The gray-clad old woman, Laying, the pavilion master of the Heavenly Pool Palace's sword trial pavilion, caused an uproar among the crowd. Those who were unaware of Lei Ying's identity immediately regained their senses when they heard her title. So she's the merciless celestial emperor from the Heavenly Pool Palace. Heavens! The merciless celestial emperor is known for her ruthlessness. She's going to be the one in charge of the assessment this time. She was the one who presided over the assessment 10,000 years ago. That time, the number of new disciples accepted was less than 1/5 of the usual number. Why are we so unlucky? Many people who were not confident in their strength smiled wryly when they learned that Lei Ying was the one presiding over the assessment this time. Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the sword trial pavilion, the merciless celestial emperor? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard Lei Ying's introduction. 12 years ago, when he had just arrived in the boundless heaven, he had done some research on the heavenly pool palace. Therefore, he knew all the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. There were 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Lei Ying was one of them. Her title was Merciless. It was said that she was ranked in the top 5 among the 9 titled celestial emperors in the heavenly pool palace. Huaner were quite lucky. The pavilion master of the heavenly pool palace's sword trial pavilion rarely presides over the assessment. Duan Litian said to Huaner, "As long as we perform well, we'll be noticed by her. If she can accept you as her disciple, with her status, it shouldn't be difficult for her to find out about your parents." Although Huaner was not wearing a bamboo hat, she still wore a veil to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, even with the veil, it only concealed a small part of her beauty. Even with the veil, she still looked beautiful and alluring. It was just that her beauty was not as exaggerated as when she was not wearing a veil. At this moment, Lei Ying, the merciless celestial emperor, the pavilion master of the heavenly pool palace's sword trial pavilion, said, "Next, I'll set up an age measuring formation to cover an area of 3 miles in front of us." As soon as she finished speaking, a hint of killing intent flashed in her eyes. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, the people who had escorted the juniors to the heavenly pool palace quickly retreated from the area within 3 miles. In just a blink of an eye, only 6,000 people were left in the heavenly pool palace. It was not that there were not many people participating in the heavenly pool palace's assessment, but the heavenly pool palace's assessment was very strict. Those who were not confident would not waste their time participating in the assessment. Under normal circumstances, about 600 people would be left in the heavenly pool palace. However, since Lei Ying, the pavilion master of the heavenly pool palace's sword trial pavilion, was personally presiding over the assessment, it would be considered good if 100 people were left in the assessment. Swoosh! Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lei Ying raised her hand and tossed a formation compass out. The formation compass covered an area of 3 miles in front of the 6,000 people. However, there was no reaction when the formation enveloped them. Upon seeing this, Lei Ying withdrew the formation compass and looked at the 6,000 people in front of her. "Now you'll be divided into groups according to your age. Those who are below 100 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 100 and 200 years old, stand over there. Those who are between 300 and 400 years old, stand over there." After Lei Ying finished speaking, she divided the remaining 6,000 people into 10 groups. Each group represented a different age. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian and the others began to make their moves. For this reason, she was still with Duan Lingtian. Therefore, she moved to the group where the people between 200 and 300 years old were supposed to stand. Swoosh! 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 The 6,000 people moved in unison. It did not take long before they were divided into 10 groups. The number of people in each group was different. The most people in each group were below 100 years old, and the least were between 900 and 1,000 years old. It seems like most people want to join the heavenly pool palace when they're young. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian was not surprised. Chapter 3258. A person who joined the heavenly pool palace before the age of 100 and was nurtured by the heavenly pool palace would not be able to compare to a person who joined the heavenly pool palace when he was almost 1,000 years old. To a certain extent, the latter had already lost at the starting line. Let me emphasize again. This is the place for those below the age of 100. Over there is the place for those between the age of 100 and 200. Over there. Lei Ying looked at the people who were divided into 10 groups before she said again. The test for each group is different. Therefore, you must stand in the right place. As soon as Lei Ying said this, 6 people immediately moved to the place where the people under 100 years old were standing. These 6 people. Are they trying to take advantage of me? Duan Lingtian shook his head when he saw this, and he faintly realized that they were going to be in trouble. He did not think these 6 people were below the age of 100. If they were really below the age of 100, why did they only go there now? Swoosh! After a dozen breaths of time, Lei Ying took out another disc array. This disc array was clearly different from the previous disc array. The formation plate rose into the air and transformed into 10 halos in just a blink of an eye that shrouded the people in the 10 groups. Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw halos appearing above the heads of more than 10 people in the group who were below the age of 100. However, the same thing did not happen to the people in the other groups. These fellows. They didn't even know the rules of the Heavenly Pool Palace's test, and yet they came here? They're digging their own graves. A young man standing near Duan Lingtian said as he looked at the people with halos above their heads. His eyes were filled with pity. As soon as the young man finished speaking, Lei Ying turned to look at the people with halos above their heads. The 13 of you have failed the test, Lei Ying said indifferently. Just as the 13 people were about to leave, a middle-aged man stepped out from behind Lei Ying. With a wave of his hand, 13 waves of energy shot out toward the 13 people. The 13 people tried to defend themselves. However, even with their full strength, they could not withstand the middle-aged man's attack. In just a blink of an eye, they were reduced to dust by the middle-aged man's attack. Immortal Emperor! Duan Lingtian could tell that the middle-aged man had the strength of a celestial emperor. Among the 13 people, the strongest was only a 2-formed celestial lord. It was impossible for them to block the attack of this celestial emperor. Even if it was just a casual attack that was divided into 13 parts. As the 13 people were killed, many people were frightened. Some people who were prepared to go to the place where the group of people under 100 years old were standing were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had almost died because of a single mistake. Go! Just as Lei Ying's voice sounded in everyone's ears, Duan Lingtian and the others saw 10 figures stepping out from behind Lei Ying. Even the middle-aged man who had attacked earlier had come out at this moment. However, unlike the other 9 people, he went to the side of the 900 to 1,000 years old people. When the group of people saw the middle-aged man approaching them and staring at them like a tiger eyeing its prey, their expressions all changed. Boom! Rumble! Accompanied by a series of earth-shattering noises, the 10 people made their moves one after another, launching attacks that enveloped the people in each group. The sky was filled with all kinds of different colored energies. Like a storm, they rained down. 7 celestial lords and 3 celestial emperors. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered 3 celestial emperors and 7 celestial lords among the 10 people who had attacked earlier. The 3 celestial emperors were responsible for the people above the age of 700. As for the 7 celestial lords, they were responsible for the people below the age of 700. Moreover, the older the celestial lord was, the stronger he was. For example, in Duan Lingtian and Huana's group, the celestial lord was only a 6 combos celestial lord. Although the 6 combos celestial lord had comprehended quite a few profundities, he was still incomparable to Huaner, let alone Duan Lingtian. Huaner, break his attack! Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. A 6 combos celestial lord was not a threat to them at all. Yes, brother Lingtian, Huaner replied. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Huaner made her move. Space energy surged out of her body as she rose into the air. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as Huaner made her move. She easily destroyed the Celestial Lord's attack. The Celestial Lord was a young man. His expression changed drastically when he saw Huana's attack. How could a person who was not even 300 years old break through his attack? Although he did not use his full strength, he had used at least 70 to 80% of his strength. After all, there were many people in the group. If he held back, he would not be able to pressure them. Again! The young man narrowed his eyes and exerted his full strength again. This time, he targeted Huana with his attack. The commotion earlier had attracted Lei Ying's attention. She looked at Huana with a shocked expression on her face. Boom! Under Lei Ying's gaze, Huana made her move again. Violent spatial energy shattered the Celestial Lord's attack like a bolt of lightning. Barf! The Celestial Lord's attack injured the Celestial Lord, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. This, unlike the other groups who were busy resisting the pressure, Duan Lingtian and Huana's group looked at Huana in shock. The white-clad woman with a veil was so strong. Moreover, she was not even 300 years old. He was not even 300 years old, but he was already so strong. Even the peerless geniuses in the Heavenly Pool Palace couldn't compare to him. Good! Lei Ying was not angry when she saw the Celestial Lord's attack. Instead, she looked at Huana with a burning gaze. You've advanced to the next round, Lei Ying said as she looked at Huana. At the same time, she gestured for Huana to stand to the side. She no longer needed to endure the pressure. Naturally, with Huana's strength, she would only put more pressure on the Celestial Lord if she continued to endure the pressure. After the Celestial Lord consumed a celestial pill to heal his injuries, he looked at Huana warily before he shifted his gaze back to Duan Lingtian and the others. His eyes flashed coldly as his aura fluctuated. It was clear he wanted to vent his anger on the people in front of him. Swoosh! The Celestial Lord's celestial origin energy surged out of the young man's body. At the same time, he boosted his strength with the profundities of a law he had comprehended. This is bad. That fellow was defeated by the white-clad woman earlier. He's trying to take revenge on us. Why would he want to take revenge on us? We're not the ones who defeated him. Do you think he's capable of taking revenge on the white-clad woman with her strength? Naturally, he can only pick on the weak ones. Who's that woman? She's not even 300 years old. But she's stronger than that young man. Even among the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace, not many have such strength, right? The group of people around Duan Lingtian felt the pressure from the young man's aura. All of them tried their best to resist the young man's aura. Just as the group of people gritted their teeth and resisted, Duan Lingtian finally raised his hand and casually pressed it upward. In just an instant, boom! Rumble! At this moment, Duan Lingtian made his move. His violent spatial energy transformed into a gray python as it shot toward the young man's oppressive force. Following Huana's action, it shattered the young man's oppressive force. Barf! The young man miserably spat out another mouthful of blood. This time, even Lei Ying could not help but lose her composure. She was dumbstruck. First, there was a monstrous genius. Now, there was another monstrous genius. On the other hand, the people around Duan Lingtian were dumbfounded as well. Since when were there so many monstrous geniuses? Were they really not even 300 years old? Senior, can I stand over there? Duan Lingtian asked Lei Ying, who was still in a daze as he pointed at Huana. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's question, Lei Ying nodded in a daze. It was obvious the purple-clad young man was much stronger than the white-clad woman. When Lei Ying saw Duan Lingtian walking toward Huana, and Huana holding his hand, she could tell the two of them were together. Who are they? Lei Ying could not help but be wary of the appearance of two monstrous geniuses whose innate talent was on par with most of the prodigies in the Heavenly Pool Palace. They're so strong! Are they really not even 300 years old? Meanwhile, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples who were standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian's performance. The young man was in the worst state. Although he had consumed a celestial healing pill, his recovery speed was still slower than his injuries. You can go and rest now. Lei Ying glanced at the young man and said indifferently. Yes, Lord Palace Master. After the young man left, another person took his place. The new person's expression was grave as he looked at the remaining people. He was very worried that among this group of people between 200 and 300 years old, there would be another monster like the purple-clothed youth and the white-clothed woman. However, he soon discovered he was worried for nothing. Who are the two of you? Lei Ying asked in a low voice as she looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Senior, what do you mean by that? Since we're here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, it's only natural that we're sectless cultivators. Duan Lingtian looked at Lei Ying in confusion as though he did not understand her words. What's your name? Lei Ying asked again. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian replied. Senior, is there a problem? Perhaps the Heavenly Pool Palace won't accept us? If they won't accept us, we'll have to try our luck at another heaven-grade organization. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he held Huaner's hand and flew away. In just a blink of an eye, they had traveled a few miles. Come back! Chapter 3259. The purple-clad young man and the white-clad young woman were not even 300 years old, but they were already strong enough to defeat a 6 combos celestial lord. Moreover, the 6 combos celestial lord they defeated was a disciple of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Although he was not a prodigy of the Heavenly Pool Palace, he was still much stronger than an ordinary 6 combos celestial lord. Even then, he was still weaker than them. In the current generation of the Heavenly Pool Palace, there were less than 20 people below the age of 300 who were as strong as them. For this reason, Lei Ying suspected Duan Lingtian and Huaner's identities. With their innate talents, they would definitely be heavily nurtured by any heaven-grade force. Senior, we chose the Heavenly Pool Palace because we know the Heavenly Pool Palace has a close relationship with the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven. Otherwise, we would have gone to another heaven-grade force. Duan Lingtian said solemnly when he heard Lei Ying's words. As long as you perform well in the Heavenly Pool Palace, I'll introduce you to the Heavenly Emperor when he visits the Heavenly Pool Palace. Lei Ying said. Lei Ying had only suspected Duan Lingtian and Huaner's identities out of instinct. On second thought, regardless of their identities, since they were here to participate in the Heavenly Pool Palace's assessment, as long as they did not violate the rules, she had no reason to reject them. Duan Lingtian and Huaner stood at the side and watched as the remaining people endured the pressure from the 10 celestial emperors and celestial lords. In the end, some people could no longer withstand the pressure and vomited blood. And these people were all eliminated. In the end, only about 1,000 people were left. At the same time, the 10 celestial emperors who had pressured them retreated. The 1,000 of you have passed the first round of selection. Lei Ying looked at the remaining 1,000 people and said indifferently. The second round of selection will be held here as well. Just like before, you'll be divided into 10 groups. As soon as Lei Ying finished speaking, Duan Lingtian and Huaner returned to the group of people between the ages of 200 to 300 years old. As soon as Duan Lingtian and Huaner returned, the people in their group greeted them warmly. As long as one was not a fool, one would be able to tell that Duan Lingtian and Huan would definitely join the Heavenly Pool Palace. With their achievements at such a young age, they'll definitely be heavily nurtured by the Heavenly Pool Palace. How enviable! There's nothing to be envious about. Who asked us to be inferior to others? In any case, no matter what you think, I'm convinced. I can't help but be impressed. They're not even 300 years old, but they're already so strong. Even in the Heavenly Pool Palace, there are only a few people who are younger than 300 years old who are as strong as them. Most importantly, they're here to join the Heavenly Pool Palace's entrance examination. This means they didn't receive any cultivation resources from heaven-grade forces in the past. They should have had some fortuitous encounters. Even if they had a fortuitous encounter, their talent and comprehension must be extremely monstrous. Duan Lingtian nodded at the person who greeted him. As for Huaner, she did not even look at the people around her. Soon after, the second round of the assessment began. The second round of assessment was to break through the restrictions of the array. The first 500 people to break through the array would advance to the third round of assessment. Half of the people will be eliminated in the second round. Many people's expressions changed when they heard Lei Ying's explanation of the second round of the assessment. Those who were eliminated did not leave and stayed behind to watch the second round of the assessment. 500 people out of 1,000 will have to stay behind. Moreover, they'll have to participate in the third round of the assessment. Even if I stayed behind, I wouldn't be able to last until the end. The merciless celestial emperor really lives up to her reputation. It seems like those who pass the assessment and enter the heavenly pool palace are younger than 100 years old. However, compared to the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment is more direct. The stronger one is, the earlier they'll be able to break through the second round. Soon, under Lei Ying's arrangement, 40 people walked out from behind him. They were in groups of 4 and stood around a group of examinees, surrounding them in a quadrangular formation. It was obvious the 4 people would work together to form the formation. Let's begin. Following Lei Ying's indifferent words, the 40 people split into groups of 4 and began to set up formations. Various colors and surging energies that resembled boiling water combined together in a bizarre manner and swept towards the 1,000 people who were participating in the second round of the examination. All of you may move now. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, 998 people among the 1,000 people began to move, trying to break through the formation. However, even after a long time had passed, none of them managed to break through the formation. Duan Lingtian and Huan remained motionless. Just as Lei Ying was wondering why the duo was still standing there, she saw the duo vanishing into thin air at almost the same time. She was shocked to see Duan Lingtian and Huan vanishing into thin air. When they reappeared, they were not far away from her. The teleportation profundity? Lei Ying's eyes widened in shock. She knew what it meant. Although the 4 people who formed the formation to trap Duan Lingtian and Huan were only celestial lords, they had comprehended many profundities from the law of space. It was impossible for them to break through the formation unless they had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. In other words, one of the 2 people in front of her had comprehended the law of space's teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. You're violating the rules. Lei Ying glanced at Duan Lingtian and Huan indifferently before she said, You're not allowed to bring anyone out. Everyone has to rely on their own strength to break through the formation. Which one of you managed to break through the teleportation profundity? As for the other one, I'll send you back to the formation so you can retake the assessment. Lei Ying said. Although Duan Lingtian and Huan were strong enough to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Lei Ying still allowed them to join the Heavenly Pool Palace because she wanted to see their performance. Upon hearing Lei Ying's words, Duan Lingtian and Huan exchanged a look before Huan teleported back to the formation. Without waiting for Lei Ying to react, Duan Lingtian teleported out of the formation and appeared in the formation before he exited again. They've comprehended the teleportation profundity to the mastery stage. Lei Ying was slightly taken aback. She did not expect this outcome at all. Meanwhile, the people from the Heavenly Pool Palace standing behind Lei Ying were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian and Huan's performance. I didn't expect to meet 2 such talented people in this assessment. When I was less than 300 years old, I couldn't even compare to them. Me too. Duan Lingtian and Huan were the first to pass the second round of the assessment. Although Lei Ying and the others were not surprised, they were still shocked by the way the 2 of them passed the second round of the assessment. After about 15 minutes, the first person finally came out of the formation. During this time, Duan Lingtian observed the 10 formations in front of him and discovered there were differences in strength among them. Those who were younger than 100 years old had the weakest formation. The group of people between the ages of 900 and 1000 faced the strongest array formation. 5 elements celestial lords, 6 combos celestial lords, and even 7 stars celestial lords. When Duan Lingtian's gaze landed on the group of people between the ages of 900 to 1000 years old, he discovered there were many powerhouses among them. The strongest powerhouse among them was a 7 stars celestial lord. After Duan Lingtian and Huan, the third person to come out of the formation was a 6 combos celestial lord. The 6 combos celestial lord was a young man dressed in green. His appearance was outstanding, and his aura was extraordinary. When he saw Duan Lingtian and Huan, the smile on his face froze. They're out of the formation so quickly? The green-clad young man was shocked. However, when he recalled the duo's performance in the first round of the assessment, he felt relieved. That's right. Based on their performance in the first round of the assessment, the second round of the assessment shouldn't be difficult for them. Their assessment isn't even 1/3 as difficult as mine. If they're facing the same assessment as mine, I doubt they'll be able to pass it. At this moment, the green-clad young man seemed to have forgotten that both Duan Lingtian and Huan were not even 300 years old. He, on the other hand, was more than 900 years old. Not bad. Laying looked at the green-clad young man and asked, "What's your name?" "Hall Master Lei, my name is Jun Haoshuan." The green-clad young man smiled. "All right." Laying nodded. Then, she shifted her gaze to the others. Another 15 minutes passed before the fourth person came out of the formation. After that, more and more people came out of the formation. After about an hour, more than 200 people had come out of the formation. An hour and a half later, the 500th person came out. At this time, the 40 people who were in charge of setting up the formation also removed it. However, those who did not make it out of the formation looked dejected. "I failed. Just a little bit more, and I would have made it out. I was just short of a breath's time." Even though some of the people who had been eliminated were unwilling to accept the result, they had no choice but to accept the fact that they hadn't passed the exam. They weren't allowed to enter the Heavenly Pool Palace, and they didn't even have the chance to visit the Heavenly Pool Palace. "The 500 people who passed the assessment will follow me into the Heavenly Pool Palace." Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian, Huan and the other 500 people followed her into the Heavenly Pool Palace. As for the other people from the Heavenly Pool Palace, they stayed outside to evacuate the people who were eliminated. After passing through the clouds, the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate finally appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. The Heavenly Pool Palace's encampment was located above a vast lake that was shrouded in white mist. Numerous floating islands floated above the lake. The islands were lush with lush greenery. From afar, the floating islands set off the lake, making it look like a paradise. Chapter 3260. The third and final round of the test. I'll remember it in 1 second. Wonderful, no pop-up window free reading. The final round of the test will be held in the Sword Trial Pavilion. Under Lei Ying's lead, Duan Lingtian and the others entered one of the floating islands in the Heavenly Pool Palace's estate and arrived at a palace. At this moment, there were quite a few people standing around the palace, sizing them up with curiosity in their eyes. It was obvious these people were disciples of the Heavenly Pool Palace. Otherwise, they would not be here. The Sword Trial Pavilion! With just a glance, Duan Lingtian saw the words Sword Trial Pavilion written on the plaque above the entrance of the palace. The words were neatly written as though they were printed. The Sword Trial Pavilion was spacious. Perhaps it was because the Heavenly Pool Palace's new disciple assessment was held today, but the Sword Trial Pavilion was deserted. Lord Palace Master. 10 middle-aged men and old men were waiting for Lei Ying at the entrance of the Sword Trial Pavilion. When they saw Lei Ying and the others, they quickly stepped forward to welcome them. Yes. Lei Ying nodded indifferently. Then she said to the 10 middle-aged men, "Bring them in." Although Duan Lingtian and the others did not know why Lei Ying did not follow them, they still followed the 10 middle-aged men into the Sword Trial Pavilion. After Duan Lingtian and the others entered the Sword Trial Pavilion, a tall young man flew over from afar and arrived next to Lei Ying in just a blink of an eye. "Lei Ying, I heard there are 2 talented disciples this time?" The young man was wearing a blue robe. His appearance was ordinary, but he had a strange temperament, giving people a comfortable feeling. "Su Lang, you're quite well informed." Lei Ying looked at the young man meaningfully. "However, the Sword Trial Pavilion wants them. Don't think too much about it." Su Lang was one of the 9 titled celestial emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace. His title was Qin Yuan, and his strength was on par with Lei Ying. He had received news that there were 2 talented disciples among the new disciples who were not even 300 years old, but their strength was comparable to a titled celestial lord. "Lei Ying, you are too greedy." Su Lang shook his head. 2 people. No matter what, you have to give one to me. Don't forget, 1,000 years ago, I also gave one to you. Humph! Ying snorted coldly. It would have been better if you didn't mention this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. That brat you gave me only knew how to cause trouble for me. In the end, he even provoked Lord Heavenly Emperor. If I hadn't killed him ruthlessly, Lord Heavenly Emperor would have definitely vented his anger on me. 1,000 years ago, it was not Ying who presided over the new disciple assessment, but one of her vice hall masters. That time, there was also a good seedling, but not as good as the 2 seedlings this time. However, since Ying was not the one in charge of the Heavenly Pool Palace, the Heavenly Pool Palace's disciples were divided up by Su Lang and the others. Since Su Lang was a titled Celestial Emperor, he had snatched 2 talented young men from Ying. When Ying finally showed up, he gave one of them to Ying. The person whom Su Lang had given to Ying was arrogant and unruly. He had even offended the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven when he came to the Heavenly Pool Palace. At that time, Ying had personally killed the Heavenly Emperor of the Boundless Heaven to save herself from being implicated. Ying, that was an accident. When I gave him to you, I didn't know he would cause so much trouble, Su Lang said awkwardly. Then, he continued to say awkwardly, ask yourself, did I give one of my disciples to you without hesitation? This time. Ying interrupted him. Just as Su Lang was about to continue speaking, Ying interrupted him. You'll come with me to watch the assessment. As for whether they're willing to become your disciple, that's not something I can control. Don't worry. Su Lang smiled confidently. As long as you're willing to let him go, I have my ways. Ying did not enter the sword trial pavilion with Duan Lingtian and the others because she had received Su Lang's message and was waiting for him. After agreeing to Su Lang's request, Ying brought Su Lang to the sword trial pavilion. As soon as they entered the sword trial pavilion, they found themselves in a spacious square. At first glance, they could not see anything other than the flat ground. When they turned around, they could no longer see the entrance of the sword trial pavilion. Currently, apart from Duan Lingtian and the other 500 participants, there were also the middle-aged men and old men who had brought them into the sword trial pavilion. Is this a little world? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he saw 2 figures standing in the air. One of them was Ying. The other person was a young man. Duan Lingtian had not seen him before entering the sword trial pavilion, so he did not know who he was. Although Duan Lingtian did not know who the young man was, it was not difficult for him to guess that the young man's status in the Heavenly Pool Palace was on par with Ying when he saw the young man standing next to Ying. At this moment, a voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. I think there are only 2 people in the Heavenly Pool Palace who have a higher status than Ying, and who look like young men. Based on his appearance, he seems to be the Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor, Su Lang. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man. Duan Lingtian had a vague impression of him. He was in the group between 900 and 1,000 years old. During the second round of the examination, this middle-aged man had come out after the third young man, Jun Haoxuan. During the second round of the examination, Jun Haoxuan's results were second only to Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Su Lang? The Verdant Prairie Celestial Emperor? Why is he here? There must be a reason why he's here. Otherwise, why would a titled Celestial Emperor like him come here just to watch the show? He must have found out about the 2 young men. Many people whispered among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian and Huaner in unison. Most of them thought Su Lang's appearance had something to do with Duan Lingtian and Huaner. Another titled Celestial Emperor? Duan Lingtian's eyes glinted as he thought to himself, there are only 9 titled Celestial Emperors in the Heavenly Pool Palace, and yet 2 of them are here. Huaner. Duan Lingtian sent a voice transmission to Huaner. If Su Lang is here for us, let's see if Ying wants to accept you as her disciple after the examination ends. If she does, you can join her. As for me, I'll choose Su Lang, Duan Lingtian said. Brother Lingtian, I don't want to be separated from you, Huaner said through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian nodded. Silly girl, Brother Lingtian doesn't want to be separated from you. I'm only doing this so I can use the resources I have to investigate your parents' whereabouts. Duan Lingtian said. Huana's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, she did not say anything else. The third examination. At this moment, Laying, the merciless celestial emperor, began to explain the rules of the third examination. In the third examination, the participants would be divided into 10 groups. Each group would only have 10 people remaining in the end. In other words, some groups that had more than 100 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. Some groups that only had 30 to 40 people would only have 10 people remaining in the end. A battle royale? After a while, Duan Lingtian and the others learned from Laying that the third examination would be a battle royale. Each group would fight among themselves until only 10 people would remain in the end. The 10 groups will be divided into groups. Those who are eliminated will be resurrected and have a chance to join the Heavenly Pool Palace, Laying said. Duan Lingtian nodded. The 10 groups would fight one by one. The first group to fight was the group of people who were younger than 100 years old. They were the group with the most people remaining in the end. There were about 116 people in the group. 116 people would fight to their heart's content until the remaining 10 people would join the Heavenly Pool Palace and become its disciples. The competition in this group is really intense. The rest of the people were watching from the side. Seeing that over 100 people were walking around the vast stone platform, but no one made the first move, they couldn't help but whisper among themselves. 116 people, only 10 people are left. That is to say, 106 people will be eliminated. As soon as Laying finished speaking, more than 100 people who were younger than 100 years old made their moves in unison. A battle royale began. It was a battle royale. As soon as the battle began, some people were killed by other people. After the other people killed their opponents, they began to look for their next target. Naturally, there were also some people who knew they were no match for the other people, so they retreated. About half an hour later, there were only 32 people left who hadn't been eliminated. At this moment, the 32 people were scattered all over the place, glaring at each other. Huaner, who do you think will make it to the next round? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 32 people on the stone platform. I think it's him. Huana looked at one of the 32 people. This person was the one who had the most outstanding performance so far. Although he was outstanding, he was not as outstanding as Duan Lingtian and Huaner. He was only slightly stronger than the others. I don't think so. Upon hearing Huana's words, Duan Lingtian shook his head. He had also paid attention to the person Huaner mentioned. Indeed, he was the strongest among the 32 people on the stone platform. However, it was a pity he was too outstanding. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian was right. It didn't take long for more than 20 of the 31 people to join forces against the person Huan had just mentioned, killing him in the blink of an eye. Huaner was stunned. Huaner, unless you're strong enough, you should learn to conceal your strength and bide your time. If you know how to conceal your strength and bide your time, you'll definitely be able to stay in the palace and go far, Duan Lingtian said patiently. After the stronger person was killed, the remaining 31 people began to fight. In just a blink of an eye, a portion of them were defeated. After a quarter of an hour, only 10 people were left standing. Take them away and complete the procedures to enter the palace. After deciding on the last 10 people, Laying looked at a middle-aged man behind her and said faintly, Yes, Lord Temple Master. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.